Hey, what's up, Armet? Well, what happened with the Scholar, Armet, is I did enough Battlegrounds to realize that every white mage in the Battleground was out healing me by double. And I did some research and found out that white mage is definitely better than Scholar when it comes to PvP Battlegrounds because they don't run out of mana as fast. So you don't, you can heal longer. Plus, in general, they seem to be healing bigger. But yeah, every battleground I'm in, white mages were doubling my healing at least. I mean, so so yeah, I just want to try the white mage to see how much better it is for PvP, and just see what the deal is with that. Yeah, it just seems like they were just out healing me so bad, and I was like, well, how can I win these battlegrounds when it's a 5-on-5 and the other healer's doing twice as much healing as me? That makes it really difficult for me to keep my team alive if they're out healing me by double. So that's why I want to try the white mage out. Yeah. So we're gonna give it a go. So I've got the conjurer to level 27. So we just have to get this conjurer to level 30, and then I guess we can pick up the white mage. So I've been jumping around and learning different classes. I guess that's kind of what you do in Final Fantasy. I mean, there's so many things you can do all on the same character. So it's pretty cool actually. My biggest dislike, and I've said it many times, is the combat in this game just isn't that good. I mean, the combat in WoW is 10 times better than the combat in Final Fantasy. It's not even close. It's so much better. If they took this game, rewrote it with a new game engine, increased the size of the zones, got rid of all the porting. There's way too much port here, port here, port here, port here. I'm not a big fan of that. Got rid of all that. I mean, I don't mind like teleport, like having fast travel, but the way you port around this game just seems kind of silly to me. And then fix the cities. The cities are silly. There's too many narrow pathways everywhere. Everything's really narrow, narrow hallways, narrow valleys. There's a lot of narrow areas, which is because the game was developed so that it would work on consoles. And so if they would come out with, just redo this game with a new game engine, support PlayStation 5, support new computers, and redo the combat, make it a lot more action oriented, and make it the moves have meaning and make it reactive combat, not just action oriented. Because you can have action oriented combat that isn't reactive combat. Blade and Soul is a not Blade and Soul, but Black Desert is a good example of that. It's very action oriented, but it's not that much reactionary. Terra is really the best combat I think for being reactive, and maybe even something like Vindictus also has some pretty good reactive combat. And then also, increase the graphic quality, the graphic fidelity. Although, I mean, you can see here the graphics in the game are good. I mean, there's a lot of detail. I mean, you see the plants here. You see, some specular highlights on the urn here. You've got some decent, wood grain here, a little bit bland though. There's a lot of detail in the game. A little cartoony. Um, I'd like to see him go a little bit more stylized with a better graphical fidelity and add more reactive combat and then keep everything else pretty much the same. I mean, they've got so many good things in Final Fantasy. You don't need to change, the questing or really change the story the way they do that because it's really good. But there's certain things that to me that really hold this game back, and the biggest ones are the combat and the PvP, and another really really big thing is the graphics for the spell casting is just people talk about how bad the PvP is in this game. Well, the biggest reason it's bad is because it's very difficult to see what people are doing because there's just big particle effects flying all over the screen. And like when I play a archer, I can't even see my arrows. Like here, if I switch to an archer, for example, okay, I'm on an archer right now, right? And let's say I shoot an arrow. I mean, did you guys even see the arrow? I don't see it. I don't really see the arrow fly through the air. When the arrow shoots so quickly, it's like the flight time from the arrow to the enemy is so quick. You don't even see the arrow, and I don't see it. Maybe you're not supposed to see it, but that is to me is like a grave insult to archery. You cannot have archery in a game without being able to see the flight of the arrow. I should see the arrow flying through the air. And also, I would like to see... I don't know. I would like to see more of like the archery kind that you see like in New World. I would love to see a New World based physics archery system in an MMO. I just think that's the best. I mean, New World's archery combat is quite good. Yeah, but you're not gonna. That's not gonna change. Archery's not gonna change. You're telling me later on in the game we're gonna see our arrows? I don't agree. I would be highly. I'd be very surprised to see that. You know, I don't even see an arrow flying. The other thing, like I said, and again, of course, it is not a physics-based archery system. It's basically a World of Warcraft type. It's like, I clicked a button. I mean, I could like shoot and run this way, and I still hit the target, right? Like I could start shooting and literally turn around, run the other direction. The arrow theoretically hasn't even left my bow yet, and yet I still hit the target, right? This is a, the bow doesn't even matter. I mean, you might as well just get rid of the bow because the bow doesn't mean anything, All I'm doing is clicking a button that says heavy shot, right? Once I click it, that's it. Everything else is handled by the computer. I'm automatically going to hit. The damage is automatically calculated. I don't like those types of combat systems. I just don't. I think they're boring, they're bland, they're stupid. They're like old. To me that's an old combat system that should never be in an MMO ever again. It shouldn't. You go play something like New World, even something like Skyrim. I mean, not Skyrim, but Elder Scrolls Online. I mean, you have to aim the arrow, right? You're aiming at something. And you can miss. That makes it infinitely more fun, like way more fun. So that's all I'm saying is just put that in, that would just be it. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with Final Fantasy as a game. It's a great game. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for me, personally, if you wanted to greatly increase the quality, I think, and in the enjoyment of this game, these are just some simple things, and they're not necessarily simple, but they're things that you could put in that are in many other MMOs. It's not like I'm asking for something that isn't in MMOs. MMOs have done this for years. You know what I mean? I mean, you've got Elder Scrolls Online, you've got Skyrim, which is not an MMO, but you can certainly implement that. I mean, you see it's implemented in Elder Scrolls. You've got New World. There's stuff like even like Arc-Age, even Guild Wars 2. They all have much better archery systems. Now, Guild Wars 2 doesn't really necessarily have an aiming system quite the way I would like to see, but it still is sort of aiming in that you're targeting stuff. I mean, you're going to target something. You have to lock on, and and there's going to be abilities that are going to be aimed at, like, let's say the ground, and the enemy has to be in that area for you to hit them, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm a picky MF. I like things a certain way, and that's just because that's the way I am. I'm not going to hold back any punches on how I feel about a game. I think that Final Fantasy is way overhyped, to be honest with you. I think all the people that are coming and playing Final Fantasy, I don't think most of them are going to stay for that long. I really don't. I think the people that will stay in Final Fantasy are the people that like RPGs, the people that like story, the people that like good RPG content. This game is like an RPG. This is an MMORPG that actually uses the RPG. Excuse me. Sorry. That uses the RPG side of it, which most MMOs don't nowadays. I mean, you might as well not even call them MMORPGs anymore, because most of them aren't RPGs. Most of them are just MMO theme park. You might as well just call them like an MMO theme park, not because there's really not a lot of role playing really being done in a lot of MMOs nowadays. But I think that Final Fantasy is overhyped. I think that because of everything that's gone on, I love this outfit, by the way. I think that everything's going on with with WoW and a lot of other things, that people are just looking for something to play, and the Final Fantasy happens to be probably the next best thing. But it's significantly deficient in certain areas, and I think that most, I'm gonna say a lot. I'm not gonna say most. I think if you talk about PvE players, now I'm talking specifically PvE. PvE players aren't as picky about combat as PvP players, right? Because when you start putting in more physics-based and more aiming-based and more like systems like like mouse look and like iframe rolling and those types of things, you start putting those things in. Those things work well in PvP. Those things work well with giving the player the ability to outskill someone else by using the mechanics. A system like this is a little bit more difficult. This is going to be more based a lot of times on gear. How good is your gear? But according to, excuse me, according to what I read, when you go into some of these battlegrounds, it levels everybody's gear out, which is kind of another thing that's not really good. I mean, it's good for like the new player, but what's the point of progressing through a PvP system and not getting like gear that makes your player more powerful? I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Like when you play World of Warcraft or a lot of other games, you get rewards for doing PvP, and the rewards are better PvP gear. So when you go back into that battleground, you may have better gear than other players, and it makes you perform better but you've worked hard to get that gear. So it's like it's rewarding you for that. If this game doesn't reward you in that way, which I don't think it does, I'm not 100% sure on this yet, guys. But what I read was, at least in the battlegrounds I was doing, the 5-on-5, that it equalizes all the gear. Meaning, no matter what gear I have, when I go into, what's it called? When I go into the Wolves Den. When I go into the Wolves Den and do these feast matches here, according to what I read, everybody's equalized. No matter what gear you have going in, your stats are equal to everybody else's. And that's good for keeping it more, in a way, skill-based, because if everybody's got the same gear, then the players that play better should win. But it also doesn't really reward you. You're not getting rewarded for doing, you're getting all this these PvP points. We're getting, where is it at? We're getting these wolf marks, right? But I mean, the things you buy, yeah, they're good in PvE, but do they really help you in PvP? I don't think they do, but I'm not 100% sure because I just started playing PvP in this game. But everything I've seen about the PvP in this game has been pretty awful. I mean, it's been pretty bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not very good. Yeah, no, I'm mad, and I will definitely change my review and my thoughts when I start seeing. But I can't review the game on stuff that I haven't seen. I can't sit here and say, "Oh, this game's great," because I haven't experienced any of that stuff you're talking about. I can't. I can only give you my opinion based on what I've seen so far. So if I get to these later versions and I see stuff's improved, of course I will say it's better. But I don't think that's going to help the PvP system that much. Actually, What was that girl's name? I always forget that girl's name. I don't know if I think I subbed her. I might have unsubbed her because I really don't like her videos that much.
Years thought I would like or care about, because for the last 6 years that I have been playing the game, I've heard nothing.
Is Final Fantasy PvP that bad? Featuring Brian Ricardo, whoever the fuck that is.
But PvP sucks, PvP is a waste of time, or like it burns when I PvP. I just put up a poll on YouTube that showed that the majority of people have.
I'm doing PvP to understand how it works, and I'm doing PvP because I actually like PvP. In almost all MMOs, I enjoy PvP more than PvE. I mean, the PvE in this game, from what I've seen so far, Armet, is shit. It's totally shit. Like, in any dungeon that I've done, Armet, in any dungeon that I've done, there's been no challenge. No challenge, right? Now, I know supposedly it gets better, right? But, I mean, I've got characters all the way up to level 50, and I have not hit... The only time I was ever challenged was when I was tanking, and I just didn't understand that, oh, if these mobs spawn, we had to kill those mobs, otherwise the boss, like, reset or something. You know what I mean? There's no challenge. So far, there's nothing in this game that has been very challenging, right? Like, PvE-wise. Now, PvP, there's a challenge because I'm going up against other real people. So why am I playing PvP? Because it's the only mode so far in this game that has any challenge, right? That's challenging, you know? And it's not necessarily challenging in a good way, but at least I'm losing. I'm getting my butt whooped. That's a good thing. If I'm getting my butt whooped, that means there's a learning curve. That means I have to learn something. You know what I mean? Like in the PvE right now, the only time I ever fail is if there's just some mechanic I don't know. But of course, once I know the mechanic, the challenge is gone, right? There's no challenge anymore. I know that mechanic. Like I was in this one dungeon and it was so stupid. I'm in this dungeon and I go up to this boss and and I was healing and the tank goes, when his eyes are blue, run in, and his eyes are purple, run out. And I'm thinking, okay, that's not super descriptive. So I'm looking at the mob's eyes. I'm looking at his eyes because and remember, this is a 3-headed mob. It was like a chimera or something. So I'm literally looking at the physical model's eyes because he said if his eyes turn blue, well, his eyes never change color. And so then all of a sudden he starts doing these AoE moves that are doing heavy amounts of damage if you're not either close or far. And I'm sitting here getting pissed off going, hey, he said if his eyes turn blue or his eyes turn purple, right? Well, what happened was when I went back and I watched the video, there was freaking text that appeared on the screen, like right in the middle of my screen that said such and such's eyes just turned blue or turned blue, right? And hey, what's up, Tony? And it was funny because I'm not used to that. Like for example, in Terra, if you say when the mob's eyes turn red, well, his eyes literally will turn red. You're not looking for text. You're looking at the physical monster. So if you're going to sit there and tell me when his eyes turn blue, you shouldn't have said that. You should have said, well, there's going to be some text that appears in your chat window or on the screen that says that his eyes have turned blue. That's what the guy should have said. Not when his eyes turn blue. Now, you have to understand, maybe this is the way Final Fantasy works. Maybe all the boss mechanics are based on text and not actual graphical elements when it comes to behaviors or the boss's eyes changing color. Maybe that's the norm. But how would me as a new player know that? I don't know that. I'm new. I've never played this game before. How am I supposed to know that? So that was a really stupid description by somebody in the party to say, hey, when his eyes turn blue, you know what I mean? That's stupid. Because I'm looking at his eyes and they never change color. So his eyes never turn blue. I don't care what the fucking text on the screen said. His eyes never turn blue. So to me, that was just dumb. Dumb in a couple ways. One, the guy didn't explain it to the party in the correct way. And two, the game really isn't doing it in the correct way. Because all it's doing is it's just some fucking text that comes up and says his eyes turn blue, when in reality, they didn't turn blue. So to me, that's dumb. So anyways, I thought that was really stupid. You know, I've played lots of games where the monsters actually do. Their eyes actually change, which would make sense because you're telling me that his eyes are changing color. So yeah, I mean, I get incensed. I get angry pretty easy when games do stupid stuff, and to me that's pretty stupid. Yeah. Well, that's kind of, but I'm one of the minority when it comes to MMO players. I'm in a very small minority, in that I want the content to be challenging from level 1. And there's really no MMOs out there that are like that. You know, for years and years and years, I've always wanted to make my own MMO, or make like just a simple prototype of just, you know, level 1 character fights a level 1 mob. You know what I mean? And make it challenging, right? Because to me, the most fun you could ever have in an MMO would be that you're constantly challenged. Everything should be challenging. Nothing should be easy. Everything you do should be hard. Because then when you succeed, the level of enjoyment, the level of satisfaction, of course, is going to be greater. Because you actually had to do something. You actually had to skill up, or really get better at something, or get better at a mechanic, or get good with your character. Get good. You know what I mean? But MMOs don't do it that way, because there's too many Care Bears out there, and there's too many people that they just don't want to push away from their game. There's people that maybe they're 5-year-old kids, and they could never maybe get past the challenge that I would like. But that's why you put in a difficulty slider, or a difficulty choice. So when you play the game, you say, well, when I'm doing, you know, what I would do is I'd say, okay, I'm playing this MMO. What difficulty do I want my enemies to be? Do I want it to be do I want it to be easy, regular, or hard? And then you give out rewards based on that. So the average amount of gold you get when you kill monsters when you're on hard mode is 20% greater. If you're on normal mode, it's normal. And if you're on easy, it's 20% less. So you incentivize the player to actually want to do the content more difficult. But you at least give the player the option to do that. So he's not just face rolling through everything, right? Because it's boring. It's so boring. You know what I mean? So one of my biggest problems with this game is it's so boring. I mean, the only time I really had fun in Final Fantasy. I'm trying to think when I've really had fun in this game, and there's not too many times when I can sit there and say I've actually had fun in Final Fantasy. I mean, I enjoy the story, and there's certain parts where I'll go through a cinematic, and I really like that, and I'm like, wow, that was a really cool cinematic, right? Or there may be like a certain quest where when I turn it in, they do like a really cool, you know, some really cool music, you know, or, you know. Did you see what Maxim was doing? He's taking a group of WoW raiders and skipping straight to end game raids. Are you mean in Final Fantasy? He's doing that in Final Fantasy? He's taking a group of WoW raiders and skipping straight to end game raids. Are you talking about, I'm assuming you mean Final Fantasy raids, because Extreme, I think, is a Final Fantasy mechanic. But the thing that pisses me off, hey Tony, I mean, I'm having some fun, Tony. I don't mean I'm not having any fun, but there's a lot. I would say in the last week, 80% of the time I'm playing, I'm just going through the motions. I'm just going through stuff because I'm trying to get to a certain goal. Like, oh, I have to level to 30 to open up the White Mage. I have to level to 30 to open up the Scholar. But the process of leveling from 1 to 30 really isn't fun. It's just a monotonous, face-rolling, leveling grind that is not challenging, not difficult, and not, to be honest, not very rewarding. Okay? That's just the way it is. You know? I think way too many people convince themselves that they're having fun when a lot of times they're really not having that much fun. I really think people talk themselves into it. You know? Like, when you, like, okay, the first time I ever played... So, Armet, did he do that because he thought that the WoW Raiders were skilled? Or, I don't know who Maxim was. Or did he do that because he wanted to basically have them go in there and get their butts handed to him? What was his reasoning for doing that? Was he just trying to introduce them to Extreme? Was he trying to make them look bad? Does he not like the fact that WoW players are coming into this game? Is that so? Was it because they're just being the typical WoW asshole raiders who are like, we don't care about anything but the best gear, so let's just get to the best? You know what I mean? Because honestly, from what I can tell, the end game in this game is all about your glamour, right? Let's do the Arcanist. I actually the most fun I've had on this game is the Arcanist. Oh, oh, enable. Oh, I have to level sync, which sucks because then I won't have access to all my abilities. Here, let's see if we do. I really like the Arcanist. I would say the Arcanist is my favorite class in the game right now, as far as like DPS. Yeah, I've heard. I have. Hey, Armet, I've heard about people like that they play, and they actually I even saw a video. I saw a video on YouTube where a guy was explaining that in Final Fantasy that he had skipped a bunch of content and that he really didn't care. That he came from WoW. I actually saw a video where a guy, maybe it was the guy you're talking about. He came from WoW. He played Final Fantasy and he skipped everything. He boosted his character, like he boosted his character just to get to endgame, and then all he did was focus on raids, and then he doesn't even know the story. Doesn't know the story at all. Couldn't even tell you anything about the story because all he cared about was the raids. People like that, whatever. I don't, that's fine. You can play the game wherever you want, but I don't see the point. To me, those people have ego issues. Armat, honestly, I think someone like that has an ego issue because all they care about is having the best gear. And the only reason someone would be like that is because they want to tell everybody about how awesome their gear is. Look at how awesome I am. I have the best gear, which means I successfully completed the most difficult raids. I can't think of another real reason why somebody would be like that because I mean, to me, I play video games to have fun. So I'm always seeking to play the game in a way that brings me the most enjoyment. So whatever that is, that's what I'm going to focus on, right? Like when I played World of Warcraft, a lot of times my most fun was just leveling up characters. Like when I played Classic WoW, some of the most fun I had was just leveling from 1 to 60. That was to me the most fun. I didn't even care about doing dungeons hardly. It was just the experience of going through leveling from 1 to 60 was the most enjoyable part of the game for me. Uh, like in this game, the leveling is like the main story quest is cool and that the story's cool, but the dungeons and the questing and everything's really bland and boring. It's boring. There's no challenge. It's just hit a couple of numbers. Hit two. Like for this character here, I go up to a mob and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hit D, and then I'm gonna hit like mouse button 4, and then maybe I'll hit Shift A and tell my pet to use his ability. So it's more like whack-a-mole. Which ability is off cooldown? You know what I mean? It's this whack-a-mole combat. Which is really boring. Although this character, I enjoy this because of the fact that the spell effects on my pet, like when I tell my pet to do something like this, it casts a really cool looking spell. You saw my pet here cast these cool green looking spell. So it's kind of cool looking, but it's that's going to get boring pretty fast, right? It's not like that's a mechanic that you're going to enjoy doing for thousands of repeated times, and but yeah, nobody creates MMOs that play the way I would want them to play. And if they did, it would be a very niche group of people that would play those MMOs. But that niche of people would really appreciate, the game. You know what I mean? Well, I'm saying again, Armet, I'm talking about for what I've seen, it's overhyped. Like the experience, although maybe I shouldn't say that because most people, when they talk about the experience of leveling through the main story quest from 1 to 50, that it's not that good. So I guess maybe I'm just saying what everybody else is saying. But I'm saying there's systems in this game that it doesn't matter what level you are, there's still going to be bad systems. I don't see the combat getting that much better. What, you're going to give me some more powerful abilities, maybe? I don't really see how that's going to change the fact that you really don't have any kind of physics-based combat. You don't really have an action combat system. You don't really, so far, have much of, reactionary type combat. It's more of a whack-a-mole system, you know? So I think that Final Fantasy is a good game for RPGers, for people who like RPG, you know? And I think that people who like, and I think the other thing that's really appealing is the gear. The gear in this game looks fantastic. I mean, look at how cool that even this cool looking red robe is a really cool looking. It's nice, And if you guys didn't see, last night I got into the best part. Like my favorite part of Final Fantasy was last night when I was in Final Fantasy last night and I got to this zone. I don't remember what zone this was, but this is what it looked like. And I was like, wow. I mean, it was so cool looking. It had this beautiful autumn look to it with this beautiful wooden bridge and this stream of water that you could see running through here and going over the little waterfall on the right. I mean, this zone was gorgeous. I mean, I stopped the game and took screenshots and played around because it was just, that's the kind of stuff I appreciate. I appreciate good level design. I appreciate good graphics, but I also appreciate good combat. What do you mean, Tony? You said it's like what mode? Oh, it's like in chill mode, yeah. So, hey, Tony, did you like Diablo 2? I mean, Diablo 2 was like it was an isometric game. Actually, I'll tell you guys. You know what game's coming out that I think the only thing about this game is it's isometric, and I hate isometric games. But there is a game that's coming out that I do think will be pretty good in the way that it's got a really good combat system and it has really good unique combat, building, and it's really Lost Ark. Um, but the problem is it's isometric, and I really dislike isometric games. But Lost Ark, and I've done some videos on it lately. See, it's got this isometric system, which I hate isometric systems. But from what I've read and from what I've seen, the combat's very reactionary, and it's somewhat strategic. And there's some good PvP in it, like really solid PvP, you know. But this type of view, is I hate isometric views,
Stop opening with D, open with Striker supposedly being the next class
Oh, and this I love this guy, this Canon guy. I love this guy's channel. I watch a lot of his videos. He does a good job covering stuff.
to release in the West has their opinions. So I wanted to just pull up the numbers so that you can make your own opinions. First and foremost, let me just say that the metas are different, and the meta in
This guy really talks about the PvP side of games, and he goes into, what classes are considered the best, and here he's talking about, I guess, win percentage of different classes like the striker, but he covers the game from a PvP point of view, but we're not going to really see. Sorry, we're not going to really see gameplay there. Here is what looks like. I'm guessing this is a battleground. It looks like a 3v3 battleground. Sorry, I'm dying with my congestion again. So it is isometric, but even though it's isometric, at least it's not at the 3/4 angle. The camera does seem to be centrally located. It's just really high up. So the camera view is a little better. I don't know. I'm hoping it's. I mean, obviously it's click to move. I would never play it, so I don't think it's click to move. let's look and see if he. I don't think he's clicking. I think it's just regular WASD. Oh wait, no. There's his cursor. See, if Lost Ark's click to move, there's no way I'll play it. I will not play a click to move game. Yeah, see, wow. Okay, well, we can throw Lost Ark right out the window. I will not play a click to move game. Sorry. That just is not going to happen. I mean, that's bad enough having to play on an isometric cam angle, but to play click to move on top of that is just asinine in my opinion. But Lost Ark is very, very, popular in the Asian countries, and it's coming here to the West pretty soon. And it should be pretty popular here, but yeah, because of the click to move, I won't play it. Yeah, Diablo 2 is also isometric. I played the original, and it was pretty fun. But I played the single player version, I like Wolfart. I like this guy's channel too, Wolfart. He's pretty cool. So, ooh, I like the ambience looks good. Let's
All right, pretty basic first quest.
So is it a single player game?
Let's go, baby.
So basically it's very much like the original game. It's just the graphics are a little bit better. But it has, click to move once again. I mean, he's clicking the enemies to attack him with the cursor. So in today's day and age, I have a hard time wanting to play a game that does that, and I don't really understand. Like, we've evolved so much since then. Like, I played Diablo 2 when it came out, and I loved the game. I played Diablo when it came out, and I absolutely loved it. But now that I've gone on to play games like Unreal Tournament, Counter-Strike, and then on to games like World of Warcraft and what's the game? The other game that Blizzard makes, Overwatch. I can't go to a game that has movement like Overwatch and World of Warcraft and Counter-Strike and Unreal Tournament, and then jump into a game like Diablo 2. I can't do it. I can't have a game that has all this amazing, beautiful movement, and then go in there and being like click, 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 click. It just feels so restrictive, and it just ekes out all the fun out of the game for me. And a lot of people can do it. More power to you. I just can't do it. Why does he want me to set the home point? I don't know what this star here is. But yeah, I mean, like I said, the MMO I would want to play would be a very, very challenging and difficult MMO. And the content would be very difficult. Just leveling, questing would be very difficult. Dungeons would be extremely difficult. Everything in the game would be hard. That's the whole point. Because when I played Dungeons and Dragons, to me, MMOs to me is a natural extension of Dungeons and Dragons. And when I played Dungeons and Dragons as a kid, my dungeon master, Mick Dobra, not Mick Dobra, Mick, I can't remember his last name. His first name was Mick. He was a really good game master, but he made it really difficult. He made everything like the tendency for a lot of game masters, especially in high school when you're a young kid, is they don't want you to die. They don't want your characters to die, so they tend to help you out. And that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to just play by the rules. If a monster rolls a die 20 and gets a critical hit and hits you and kills you, you're dead. You know what I mean? And there's, extenuating circumstances, and the GM has all the levity in the world to do whatever he wants. But I appreciate a game master who makes the game difficult. I mean, when you think about the world of fantasy, and you think about The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, I mean, things are scary. You could die easily. You know what I mean? So, having a sword thrust into you does some damage. So that, to me, that's the way an MMO should be. There should be some danger there. I would even love to see an MMOs with permadeath, where when your character dies, you're dead. You start over. and I would like to see that be a fairly common thing. And again, most people wouldn't play the MMO that I would create, but so that way when you saw someone who was like level 35, you'd really appreciate that person, knew how to take risks when it was valid and knew how to back off when things were too dangerous, and or they had a group of people that really knew what they were doing and they were good at keeping each other alive. I think that would be way more enjoyable than these stupid theme park MMOs where you do quests that are just like an afterthought. People are just rushing from quest to quest as fast as humanly possible. World of Warcraft, one thing that always made me want to puke was leveling guides. That actually, and they even add-ons. They would actually create add-ons that would tell you, go here, do this quest. Okay, now when you're done with this quest, go here, do this quest. Pick up this item from this vendor and save that. Then go to the next vendor and get this item because you're going to need this item like 20 levels down for this quest. I mean, you're not even playing. You're playing the game, but you're just doing what this quest thing's telling you to do. How is that fun? None of the choices are yours. All the choices are already made for you. What made Dungeons & Dragons so fun is it's all up to you. You can do anything you want. That's the point. That's the point of RPG. You're role-playing a character, and you're doing what you want to do, and then within the rules. You know what I mean? Yeah, Armet. I think the MMOs. Well, the thing is, what they're doing is they're trying to make these games appeal to as many people as they can, so they can make money, right? Yeah, they're trying to make these games in a way so that they can appeal to as many people as they can, so they can make money. And that's valid. I mean, a company has to make money, and the easiest way to make money is to make these games pretty easy, but to put mechanics in them that allow the microtransactions to make money, like buying mounts, buying clothing, buying like, cosmetic stuff, that type of stuff. Buying maybe a chest that has a chance to give you some amazing upgrade item or something, you know what I mean? So, yeah, and Star Wars Galaxies, I never played that one, Armet, but there are a ton of people who have a lot of love for that game. That game has a very big following of people that absolutely loved it. And when you talk about a game like EverQuest was extremely grindy and extremely difficult because of the grind. And so there was a lot of people that really appreciated, how far they progressed because it was difficult because you had to really spend a lot of effort grinding through quests and grinding through mobs to level. Um, yeah, but I mean, to me, the problem with MMOs today is just what I've been saying, is there's no difficulty, there's no challenge. Like if you go and take the bar exam to become a lawyer, right? Obviously, the bar exam is very difficult. And so when people pass the bar exam and get their law degree or their license, whatever, they celebrate. They're extremely happy because it was a challenge that they had to meet and surpass, and it was a difficult challenge. The same thing goes for video games, right? I mean, if there's no challenge to the objectives you're doing, you're not going to have as much fun. No, grinding is not the same as difficulty. Yeah, no, it's 100%. I 100% agree. And grinding is not the same, but there is a level of dedication that's required to grind. So there is a little bit of a sense of pride to say that, hey, I was dedicated and a little bit crazy, a little bit insane enough to grind out levels when a lot of other people just didn't want to do it. So there is a degree of satisfaction and pride in the fact that you did something that was kind of difficult. It's difficult in the way mentally because you have to put out effort to grind stuff that's very boring and repetitive, and it's not really always fun. But you're going for the end goal. You know what I mean? So there is a level of, not necessarily difficulty, but there is a level of challenge and in pride, and that you were able to do something that a lot of people won't do. But yeah, I don't recommend grinding as being a mechanic for main progression. I don't have a problem with grinding for maybe gear drops or grinding for materials, but to grind as a way to progress your character, I don't think is the best system to put out there. The systems I think that should be put into MMOs are lots and lots of systems, life systems. I like to call them life systems that let you progress in many, 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 many ways, but all of them grant experience. So like if I went out and I farmed a bunch of, I went out and I, mined a bunch of copper, I would get experience from doing that. Or let's say I went out and I killed a bunch of, I don't know, a bunch of wolves because I needed wolf, pelts. And then I crafted a bunch of, rugs or something, or wolf coats, you know, or cloaks. You would get experience for that, and all that would help you to progress. Or let's say I went out to just explore. I explored the world and uncovered regions of the world that I've never been to before. That would give me experience. Maybe I was able to find an old, long forgotten city, and I was able to decipher some sort of a challenge to open up some locked doors or something. That would give me some experience too. So anything in the game that requires you to do something and succeed, should help progress your character, and that progression should hopefully make it easier for you to continue to progress. So like obviously, skinning wolves, you're going to get better at skinning. Picking locks, you're going to get better at picking. Haggling with vendors, or through time of successful haggling, you get better at haggling. So all those types of systems I like because it enables you to grow as a character and progress because you're progressing, in ways. You're a better locksmith, you're a better barterer, you're a better you're a better horseman, you're a better archer, you're a better swordsman, you're a better magic user, you're a better, you're a better fisherman, you're a better boatman, you're a better tailor, you're a better map maker, you're a better explorer, you're a better runner. I mean, there's so many different things you could do, and all of them give you experience, and all of them help you progress as a character, and every character should be able to do everything. That's one of the things I like about Final Fantasy the most, is that you can do everything on, on the one character, and I don't like, I've kind of gotten away from games where you can only have, like, let's say, two professions. Like World of Warcraft, you can only have two professions. I don't really like that because to me it's not realistic. Like, in real life, if someone wanted to learn how to be a tailor and a blacksmith, well, why shouldn't they be able to do both? Or what if they want to be a blacksmith, a tailor, and a miner, and a fisherman, and an engineer? Well, sure, it's going to take a lot of time, but why prevent them from doing that? Now there's reasons that a lot of games do these things. It's because they know that if you have to create other characters to learn other professions, that you're playing a different character, which gives you the option to have fun doing something else. The more options you have to have fun playing their game generally means you're going to play their game longer, which means you're going to buy more stuff. You're going to pay more longer monthly subscription. You're going to be in the game on multiple characters. Guild Wars 2 does this in a way of bag space. Every character you create in Guild Wars 2, oh man, I need more bag space on my character. Same thing, Black Desert's notorious for that. Every time you create a character in Black Desert, you want to increase your weight limit, it's going to cost you money. You want to increase your bag space, it's going to cost you money. I mean, you can do quests to do it, but you're always going to want to get more than what the quests are going to give you, and that comes right down to swiping the card, opening up your wallet. So, those systems are in place for those reasons. So, well, I think, Ahmed, I think that I don't like playing games that don't have other real people in them, right? So I wouldn't want to play a game that's like what I'm talking about, that's a single player game. I don't like playing games that don't have real other people because I just don't enjoy interacting with all the computer. I want there to be other real people I can talk to and other people I can play with. To me, that makes the game more fun. So it would have to be some kind of an MMO, and I prefer it to be an MMO because I think, if you want to do, I like PvP a lot, and it's kind of hard to have PvP without it there being, quite a few people on the server. So, well, I think, in Armet, it's really funny because I think Final Fantasy XIV can 100% be played as a single player. I mean, you can play this game as a single player because the story is so good. I mean, there's really nothing in this game that forces you. I mean, other than the fact that I guess you need people to do dungeons, right? But, that's fine. You can do dungeons with people. I mean, they give you the ability to just go in here and say, oh, okay, I'm leveling and I'm doing all the single player content. Oh, now I need dungeon, boop, level, boom, join. You know, it's not like you have to go out there and beg people for a group, you know. So the arguments against Final Fantasy back in the day were probably, I hope that those people that argued about it probably, you know, they're eating crow, I would think, because the game can be played, you know, almost as a single player game. And I would argue that the game feels a lot more like a single player game, to be honest, because of the main story quest. The thing is, I don't think anyone's ever going to put out an MMO that would play the way I would want it to play. That's why I've always wanted to just make my own. I just wish I had the time and the money. You know, I'm a software developer, so I could certainly, you know, I could certainly learn how to create all the systems, and you know, I could certainly go into Unreal Engine and you know, create something, but it would take quite a bit of time to, you know, just to put together some simple, like maybe a simple town, some forest, and create some simple mobs and create a basic physics-based combat system. I mean, it's not in today's age, it's not that difficult. You could even buy a lot of the systems and integrate them into Unreal Engine if you wanted to. Like I could buy combat systems and integrate them into and hook them right in. You can buy character models and you can buy all the assets. I mean, really, the amount of coding you have to do is, you know, there's going to be some coding. And the most difficult is going to be the networking play. I mean, creating the networking so that, you know, the communication between the server and the client is something that they really don't have stuff right out of the box that can do all of that. There's some great courses you can go through. You can go to Udemy and go through some good courses on RPG, you know, creating RPGs in Unreal Engine that'll talk about you know, the networking and, uh, you know, it's if you got the time. I mean, I think it's definitely something I plan on looking at when I'm retired. You know, when I retire in hopefully in about 12 years, I do plan on spending a lot of time in my retirement on making an MMO. I think, you know, if my wife will give me enough time to do that. No, I didn't. Are there marketing posters? Where would I see them at? No, the story's really good. And they knocked the story out of the park. That's the best thing in this game is the story, I think. Oh yeah, it's a meme. This is a nice. I like this one here. This is nice. I like this. The ground here is really well done. These are just different posters, though. These are triptychs, almost. Lima Lomitza, set of 3 posters. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Surge of streamers. Asmongold, Rich Campbell, Co Carnage.
Peggy 16.
Floating City of Nim. Lark Scale. These places I've never seen before. Alder Springs. Forgotten Springs. The Burning Wall. Processing plant. Huerthus. Camp Dragonhead. I've been here, I think. I've not been there. I've not been here. I might have been here. I don't know. One thing that bothers me with the art style, I talked about it a little bit yesterday, is the way the game, the way the textures kind of flicker and shimmer when I'm rotating this camera. I don't like. I don't know if you can see it here. You can see it in game. So like if I'm running around, the game looks pretty good right here, right? It looks nice. But if I'm moving, actually in this area it looks pretty good. And actually here it looks pretty good. But some areas when I'm moving around and I'm just rotating the camera, the ground texture almost seems to flicker or shimmer. I think what it is their their lighting is not realistic lighting. I don't think it's affecting. I don't believe it's affecting the grass correctly. I don't think it's represented correctly. See all these shadows from above and how they're really going across the grass? I don't believe that's that realistic. I don't think you'd see that heavy of a shadow on something that's this thin. I could be wrong. See if we can uh, notice how everything looks a lot. You don't see a lot of flickering. Let's get outside where we can actually see the grass. Okay. Notice, see the shadows here? See these shadows? The shadows really don't overlay on the grass too much. I can see a little bit of it on the grass here, but it's not too big of an extent.
I've never actually spoken to a Norn. They intimidate me.
They aren't so bad once you get past all the shouting.
You can see the shadow of the tree coming down. It definitely does hit the grass, but it's not as defined. A lot more subtle. And when I'm in here and I'm rotating the game around, it feels, the ground feels a little bit better. I don't see like the flickering that I see in Final Fantasy. See a little bit of on the grass here. It can't be helped on grass because the grass works and the way the shadows, but it looks pretty good. But I think one of the things that helps Guild Wars 2 is it's such a stylized, it's such a stylized graphical system. That's too bad you can't find it. I'd be curious to see that. Now if we go back into here, now look at the difference in how the shadows really are darkening the grass. See these shadows? And this seems to be in every part of Final Fantasy, and it definitely really bothers my eyes, in that the shadows of the trees really darken the grass, and it really like if I just sit here, you can see the shadows moving across. See the shadows moving across the actual grass? To me, that's it, whether it's realistic or not is besides the point. It bothers my eyes. It just bothers my eyes because when I'm moving around, um, it just I see the grass. See the grass? It's See how the grass looks like it's all moving. The grass really isn't moving that much. It is moving a little bit, but it's the combination of the grass moving in the wind and the shadows moving on top of the grass that gives it this really odd look. And this is something I really dislike. And as you look back, look at how the grass all seems to be almost alive. Here you can see the shadows moving up and down this blades of grass. And then the grass themselves are moving. So it almost looks like I'm in water. It almost looks like I'm in the ocean. And this is not grass, it's coral. You know what I mean? I don't think it looks very realistic, and it really bothers me. I'm sure nobody's probably ever mentioned this, but maybe they have. But I really dislike that about their graphic system. And I don't think that you can turn down the graph foliage size. It doesn't look like there's grass quality. Let's turn the quality to low and see what happens. You can actually turn it. Oh, here we go. So with no grass, now what you're seeing is all those shadows just on the ground. But it definitely looks a lot different. Now it looks like I'm playing Lineage 2. This is what Lineage 2 looked like. Lineage 2 did not have a lot of grass on the ground. Yeah, I really think Final Fantasy would benefit drastically from an updated engine. I would say, how they took Final Fantasy, 14 1.0 and went to 2.0? I would love to see them take Final Fantasy 14 and go to like a 3.0 and just move it to a new. They're probably never going to do that, but maybe if they just migrate it to. But they need to upgrade the graphical system, I think. It's way outdated. And the colors of the grass look very muddied to me. You have this yellow and green and light green and dark green, all a little bit too much diversity in the color scheme makes it muddy because of the shadows being overlaid on top of the blades of grass. It ends up looking, just to me, just kind of muddy. See here the shadows moving across the grass? And even here, you can see this shadow. And I guess it's moving because the skybox is actually moving so fast. See this here, where you can see these shadows of this tree are gradually going. That's just showing you how fast we can't even point up to the sky, which is another thing that bothers me in this game. That I can't point the camera up enough, high enough to actually see the moon above my head. That is really, really annoying. But, yeah. Yeah, I just think because of the way the day-night cycle works and because of these shadows and the fact that they really impact the grass. See how much these shadows are flickering as they move over the grass? To me, that just does not look good, you know? And I was just in Guild Wars 2, and it didn't look anywhere near like that, you know? All games have, you know, have day-night cycles, but a lot of games won't do a day-night cycle like this, where the shadows are moving. What they'll do is they'll just have it. It won't affect the shadows so much. It'll just get dark. You know what I mean? Like, you'll see like it light, and then it'll suddenly then over like when it goes from when it transgresses from the light to dark, that happens really quickly. So, oh, can you go into first person? Hey, what's up, Wardian? Cat skills. I've seen you before, dude. How do you go to first person? I don't know how to go to first person, dude. Home key by default. Doesn't make a difference, dude. I hit the home key and I still can't look up. I mean, I can look further up in first person, but I still can't see the moon. So I'm assuming that's what is creating these shadows. There's a checkbox that will let you when you zoom all the way in. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, so that's not a huge deal. It's I'll worry about that later. Oh, you have a clear sky? Is that what it is? Also, if this is supposed to be night, we still have too many shadows. Like, these shadows, like, see how dark these shadows are? That's too much. Maybe we can, I mean, for this supposed time of night. Actually, turning the shadow resolution down might actually be a good thing. See how the shadows are softer? Not sure if it looks better though. But see how see how it's flickering? See how these shadows are flickering? See that? All the flicker? That's what I don't like. And there's a lot of flickering in the grass, and it bothers me. So it definitely looks better. It actually looks better. The shadows don't look like they're flickering so much when they're in the higher res. You got cloud cover now? Of course, as soon as you want to show me the clear. It's okay, dude. Don't worry about it. Now, this is one of the few games on my computer that I've installed on my super fast hard drive. This is running off of my Western Digital SD. So I don't recommend running Black Desert on a slower hard drive. The fireworks going. So here's an example of what I would expect to see, Armet. See these clouds? See how see these the trees? These tree shadows? See how they're not really moving? I wouldn't expect them to move really quickly like we're seeing in Final Fantasy. These did just move. I thought they did. Let's see if they move again. But I normally, like with a day-night cycle, I would prefer not to see the actual shadows moving constantly. I would rather just see the sun, up ahead, and then right before it gets dark, do a quick transition. Maybe like a 60-second transition of it going from light to dark. I just think that's better because, like I said, seeing these shadows move super fast, I think is very distracting. And here you've got some nice water on the ground. Now let's see if we can get a tree shadow. One thing they do in Black Desert, which is really bad, you can see it here when I'm moving. You can see the Gaussian blur. It's blurring stuff as I rotate, which is really bad. That's something you can turn that down though in the settings. Now this is more the shadows that I like. See here, the shadows of the tree are just making the grass be inside the shadow, so the grass is darker because the shadows aren't moving constantly. Oh, you have to go raid your mount farming. Cool. But the shadows here, since they're not moving so fast like you see in Final Fantasy, it's a much more realistic looking shadow. You've got this grass that's just in shadow. So this looks a lot better than this. Now, what the problem here is that these shadows of these leaves are moving too fast, and so it looks like the ground's alive. It's like moving. Really bothers me. It bothered me right away when I played the game, and it bothered me all the time that I played the game. But it wasn't until a couple days ago that I really stopped and looked at it and tried to figure out why it was bothering me so much. But that's why, because you have the shadow is really. I don't know if it's. It seems like it's not being affected by the grass enough, so their system doesn't really handle. Well, it probably actually is not that bad. It's just that it's moving too fast. So when you have shadows moving this quick, you can see it moving over the grass, and it just doesn't look realistic. It looks really odd, really odd. So that's something that really I think takes away from the graphical fidelity of Final Fantasy. I think this game would look a lot better if the shadows moved more like they do in Black Desert, which is to say they pretty much stay still. They may move them every so often. I don't know, but once the game gets closer to nighttime, then you're going to see. And you can notice here too. The other thing about Final Fantasy that drives me insane. Notice here when I zoom out, I can see above me pretty good, and when I rotate the camera down, I can see straight above my character. Right, so I can get a pretty good look. Well, I can look at every single piece of the sky. And you can't do that in Final Fantasy, if I look up, I can't I can't look up any more than this. This is as far as I can tilt the camera up. Now, if I go into first person, I can tilt it up a little bit more, but I still can't see all the sky. So, and then again, we see these shadows moving way, way, way too fast. Stuff like that always surprises me. I'm always surprised to see things like that in games. Like, what were they thinking? How did they ever think this was a good thing? You know, I'm always amazed. How did you think that was good? You know? It's possible. I mean, remember the game engine's very old. It's like from 20,000. It's like from 2010. It was funny. The original game engine on Final Fantasy was all. It was heavily scripted. Yeah, it was heavily scripted. But look here, how the shadows are more consistent. You know, and it just looks much better. You know, we don't see these shadows like moving around a lot. Black Desert has really good climbing mechanics, which I think is another thing that if I was going to make like a list of all the things I would want to be mandatory for an MMO to be like a really good MMO, to be like, you know, to be like what I would want, like what I would want my dream MMO to be, you know, climbing mechanics like this would have to be there. You know, they would have to be there. Ah, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I hate isometric views, dude. I was just looking at Lost Ark a few minutes ago, and I said that I think Lost Ark's a good game, um, but I don't like isometric games. That's a real player, by the way. See that carriage? That's a real player with a really nice carriage. I don't like isometric games, and the worst thing than that is that Lost Ark actually, believe it or not, is click to move, which in this day and age I find really, you know what I mean? You know, I find it really crappy. Yeah, I hate isometric, unfortunately. Oops. Hold on a second. Here, let's do it in town. Those are my favorite things about Black Desert. Oh, Armat, you know rating? One of the cool things about Black Desert is you can actually put like a little AFK board here saying, look, it says eating dinner. And you can just set your character to be like leaning against any object in the game. I just love that. That's so cool. So you could just go AFK and say, oh, I'm eating dinner. How cool is that? This is one of my favorite classes. I don't remember the name of this class, but it's such a fun class. Yeah, the thing with BDO's combat is it's really good, but it's a little fast. And the problem with PvP and BDO is it's all based on stun rotations. So a lot of times in BDO, if you go up against really good players, if they stun you, if they pull off one of their big stuns, they'll basically, what they call it a wombo combo, where they'll basically one-shot you. They'll stun you, and before you come out of your stun, you're dead. And so that happens a lot in BDO, which is really bad. You don't want to see that. You don't want it to be like that. That's not, I don't think that's an optimal system. But that's just the way it is in BDO. But the combat's really good. It's very fluid. I would definitely say that we want to fix the effects. So here we have camera vision array, we got overall camera effects, just the intensity. We want to get rid of this blur effect. It's really bad, so we're going to get rid of that. It says adjust the blur effect that occurs when switching between displays. Camera angle action, adjust the intensity of the camera angle effects. You can do a lot of different things with these things. Effects, photo effect, that's fine. Just the intensity of the focus effect during combat. Some of these I don't know what these are. I'd have to play around, but so it doesn't look as blurry. The other thing I like about Black Desert, I like how when you run into people, you can actually physically hit them. Yeah, yeah, it's you have to. BDO is a specific type of combat. You have to understand the classes. You have to understand what kind of stun they're trying to pull on you, and you have to avoid it at all costs. You're trying to get your stun on them. You know, it's definitely one of those games where there's a high skill. I think there's a high skill cap. Hey, what's up, Saj? But the combat is super fun for PvE because it's just fun. It's just super fun, and of course the graphics in this game are just amazing. But I like in this game how when I just move around, you don't walk through people. There's physics. So like when I walk, I hit this person. See, watch when I hit somebody. He reacts to me running into him. See, he even made a sound. And I love that. I think that this is the only game I know of that you can hit people and kind of stagger them a little bit. I think that's a cool way to do it. It doesn't prevent you from walking, but it'll definitely, let you know that you're running into stuff, I just like it for some reason. I think that's neat. And let's see, where's the stable person? I don't know if I have a horse here.
Preparing horse.
I do. Also, the horses in Black Desert are really cool. There, you see that? Did you see there's a lot of blurring going on here. See that? And that's new. That didn't used to be in the original game, and I'm not really sure what that is. And I don't like it. It has something to do with, I think it's supposed to be maybe the heat of the day, like it's so hot, maybe? I don't know. There's a lot of blurring going on, and I'm not sure why that's going on. That's something I'd want to look into. Don't like that at all. I'm looking forward to Elion, which is coming at the beta. I'm going to be playing in the beta in 5 days from today. I'm looking forward to that. I think I was super, super looking forward to Crimson Desert, Hey, Saj, this is Black Desert. I was super looking forward to Crimson Desert because what I wanted was basically a BDO game that had a lot more PvE and a lot more dungeons. And that was supposed to have that. Crimson Desert was supposed to be this basically new game by Pearl Abyss that was basically Black Desert with a better updated game engine, better graphics, so better graphics than this, same combat system, but more PvE, and a single-player story as well. And then, of course, they changed it and said they're not going to make it an MMO. They're going to make it like a single-player campaign where you can play with maybe 1 or 2 other people. So, once they said that, they just dashed all my hopes and dreams, Yeah, but the one thing is the horses are really cool. Like, there's no other MMO I know of that you can back up a horse that works this good, like backing up a horse, and that the horse will actually turn its head, like turning. See. And the other cool thing is, see how this horse is turning, which is just really good. There aren't too many MMOs that have that kind of control. The other thing is you can breed horses. You can capture horses. Yeah, you can get a saddle. I don't know what this weird like effect is that I keep seeing, like almost like a really hot weather effect. See the rocks up to my left? How there's this like weird blurriness. I'm not sure what's going on there. That's very odd to me. Yeah, I don't have a saddle on this horse, but let's take a look and see. Yeah, I was waiting for that. You play around with making your horse rear too much, and he will toss you. You see there, he tossed me. It tried to offer me the mini game really quick, where you can try to fight against him tossing you off. But yeah, he tossed me.
Preparing horse feet.
Okay, so the other thing, and if you go to any stable keeper in any town, it will tell you where your other mounts are. So you can see here, I've got a donkey in Heidel. I've got another donkey in Heidel. I got 2 there. In Velia, I have a level 9 horse called Pale Mist. I've got a wagon in Velia. Western Guard Camp, I've got my donkey named Sam. Western Guard Camp, I also have another donkey named Medium Hacks. In Western Guard Camp, I have a 3rd donkey named Fleabag. And my highest level horse is in Trent. It's a tier 2 horse. Level 17 Shady Heart. But actually, my best horse as far as breeding is this tier 4 horse, which is in Velia. Let's see if I have a character who's in Velia. This one. Yeah, I'm done with WoW for right now. I was getting to the point where I was almost done with WoW anyway, but then after Blizzard did all their crap, I was like, you know what? I don't want to give money to them anymore. I played New World, and it's okay, but New World is the problem. The things that I don't like about New World are that New World doesn't have like yeah, so here's this horse, and you can see on this horse I have a saddle. And you can see all the other horses in the game. See like that really pretty white horse, and here's a spotted one. You can breed horses. You can crossbreed. You can buy cosmetic horse change tickets from the cash shop. So you can actually spend real money to get a ticket that allows you to customize the actual look of your horse. Um, but the horses, the mounts in BDO are my favorites of any game because, like I said, there's really good control. Um, they can level up and get really fast. This is my tier 4. She's probably not my fastest mount, but she's pretty quick. I don't know what that blur effect is they got going on right now. I don't remember seeing that last time I played. Yeah, New World. Okay, my problem with New World is this. I like MMOs that have a story to them. I like MMOs that have a high fantasy. And when I say high fantasy, I'm talking like dwarves, elves, gnomes, orcs. Your typical high fantasy. Um, and I like an MMO to be based in a world, a real world, that the races that live in that world have a long history. Right? There's a long storied history of the races. There's a big history of the relationships between the races, so that when I go into that game, let's compare it to my best example is Lord of the Rings. So when I go into Lord of the Rings and I say, oh, I want to be a hobbit, and I start off in Hobbiton, I know that hobbits are pretty secluded. They've never traveled like too far away from Hobbiton, right? And but I mean, so you have this right off the bat. I've got this lore, and I've got this character, like this relationship of the character with other races. I have an idea maybe of how the character is going to act, and what the character may know or may not know. Which is cool. It gives you that RPG element of knowing kind of who you are and how your character may react. And so when you go into New World, you don't have any of that because New World's just there are no races. There's one race, human. That's it. There's no orcs, there's no elves, there's no goblins. There's no world that you have lived in for thousands of years, right? Um there's no Minas Tirith, there's no Village of Bree. I could talk about other books like Sword of Shannara. There's no Paranor Druid Keep. There's no, the hills of the the Lee Highlands or the Shady Vale or all these different areas that exist in all these other worlds of fantasy that have been created by writers and storytellers. And to me, to have a successful MMO, you need that. You need that variation of races, and you need a massive history of where the world has come from and where how the races have struggled. What do the races export? What do they import? What are they good at? What are the elves good at? What are the Shire people who come from the Shire, right? What are they good at? Well, we know that they're hobbits, right? We know that they're good at making tobacco. We know that they're good at raising crops. We know that they're good farmers, and we know that they're good at making ale. So they could export ale. They could export longleaf, right? Their tobacco, and they might export crops. So if I were to go into another city, it wouldn't be out of the realm. It wouldn't be a surprise to see Shire longleaf or Shire, Mountain Brew or something. I don't know, Shire winter ale, right? These things are just what I might expect because it's all part of the world that I live in. So to me, that's really important in an MMO. It really lends to identifying. And this is another cool thing about Black Desert is when you go AFK, it goes into this AFK mode. of putting a filter on the screen and just moving the camera around and different lighting effects and stuff. I just absolutely love that. Yeah, I don't think New World's going to be very streamable at all. I think the only way people are going to stream it is for PvP. Oh, that's cool. I never saw a teleport effect look like that. Must be a different rate, a different class that I haven't played. So, you know, New World doesn't have any of that. You know, there's no world that the races grew up in. There's no races other than human. They basically just crash landed on this world, and the story's really weak. New World's story feels really weak to me. It's like, well, we kind of crashed our ships onto this island, and there's this like corruption or these corrupted zombies, and some people are being corrupted by this corruption. So some people have like red eyes, and I don't know, they're evil or something. And for whatever reason, we crash landed here, and we want to take over and control the area, and you know, build a city and survive, almost like a survival game. But the story is weak. I mean, that doesn't seem too exciting to me, you know. And there's hardly any character customization. I mean, this is a multi-billion-dollar company. We're talking Amazon. We're talking a multi-billion-dollar company, and they create a game that has limited character creation, has one race, has really no story behind the world other than maybe a couple paragraphs. And you're going to tell me that's like a next-gen MMORPG? No, it's not. You know? I mean, people get so hyped about New World, and they get in there, and they're like, New World, New World. But if you take away the PvP, like just the combat element of it, fighting other players, what's left? Hardly anything. Hardly anything. There's some dungeons and some PvE, but the variety of actual enemies in New World, there's very few. You know? They don't have billions. It's all made up money, right? Ha! Yeah!
You have found the right place if you're looking to check in horses and donkeys. You should be aware.
I have Pale Mist here as well. Who was that horse that I was just on? I think that was... Oh, that's the one that I was on. Let's check out Pale Mist. Just because I don't know what Pale Mist has gear-wise. There we go. Now here's Pale Mist. Now check out this horse. So she's got, this horse has like custom gear, custom armor. She's got, you know, a little bag on the back of the horse, and the bag really represents kind of like that she's got some stuff in her inventory. So if I get off the horse here, we can interact with the horse, and we can go into the horse's inventory by hitting F6. And you can see that this horse has got a pretty sizable amount of inventory, actually. And these are the things that are currently in my horse's bag. And you can feed the horse carrots. That'll help recover their energy. And right now, if I can go to mount information by hitting F7, and you can see these are the cosmetic things that I bought from the cash shop to equip on my horse here. You know, these the bridle and the saddle, stirrups, and the chaperon, which is just the headpiece. And then here you can see the HP. So every horse has different stats. I mean, they have experience, so the more you ride them, the more they level up. You know, it shows how good they are at braking, turning, accelerating speed. And they have special abilities sometimes. Like here, this one has got a hind kick, 4 chop, you know, so quick back. So if I get back on and I go this, oh, the horse just threw me. This is always fun. Let's try that again. She threw me again. I don't remember how to do the mini game, which is funny. What was the other one? Was it just down? Can't remember what the other commands were.
You can either capture.
Okay, I'm gonna check my horse in. Yeah, let's kill some stuff. This is a sorcerer, my favorite class, pretty much. I don't remember. Oh yeah. I guess this character's not high enough level to have the ability I'm trying to use. Anyways, cool stuff. Cool stuff. I love Black Desert. Now you get back into Final Fantasy, and immediately look at the graphical difference. It's so different. I think we do need to knock my color res down a little. It seems a little bit high. That seems a little better. Now we get back to this game, and the combat is obviously completely different. Yeah, and you get this combat, which is so drastically different. All right, so what are we on? I mean, whenever I play BDO, even for just a few minutes, it always makes me want to just keep playing. But as far as like MMOs that are coming out that I'm looking forward to, I was really looking forward to Crimson Desert, but they ruined it, and it's not going to be an MMO. The only thing I'm really looking forward to right now, I'm looking forward to Elion, only because I really like Elion's combat. Elion's going to be more of a PvP game, but there is PvP in it. There's also housing in it. And I would really like to spend some time in a game where I can actually do some housing. Actually take the time to do that. I know also Final Fantasy's got an extensive housing system, but so far in Final Fantasy, I'm not sold on Final Fantasy. I really am not. I don't enjoy playing the game that much. There's things I like about it. There's things that like when I walk through it, I'm like, wow, this is cool. Like this giant gnat is so cool looking. Like just the way it looks. I mean, come on, look at that. How cool looking is that enemy? One of the things I think they did really well in Final Fantasy is the enemies. There's so many varied types of creatures and enemies, and that's really good. And that's really good. And that's something like New World doesn't do. New World has very few. Um, Final Fantasy does have different races, and I'm sure there's lots of stories on those races. So that's really good. And of course, the story itself, the main story quest is really good. Oh. But once Elion comes out, will I be playing Final Fantasy? Probably not. I probably won't. I'll probably be playing Elion. The only reason I'm playing Final Fantasy right now is there's no other MMO that I really want to play. And this one's just something I can play because I haven't really played it that much, so it's new. It's got that new feeling to it. But the one thing I kind of dislike, and I could put together, I should really do like my first impressions on Final Fantasy, and do like the lazy peon thing, and just do like what I like and what I don't like, because I feel like both lists are going to be long. There's a lot of things I like, but there's also a lot of things I don't like. And a lot of people say, well, you got to get to end game or whatever, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not sure how different that's going to change my opinion. That's it for this stream. Just talking about other MMOs and playing a few other MMOs made me not even want to play Final Fantasy. So that tells you how much I like Final Fantasy. Go play BDO for a few minutes, and I'm like, I'd rather be playing BDO than Final Fantasy. But I think Final Fantasy is a good game for certain people. I just probably think that I'm not the person that it really was meant for. I don't think that I'm the best person for this game. I like a game that has challenging content, challenging PvE, challenging PvP, and I like a game that has the systems in place to support both, meaning dungeons, arenas, battlegrounds, like really. It's funny because like World of Warcraft had a lot of the really good things there. They just were pieced together across the different expansions. So like I really enjoyed the leveling in vanilla. I really enjoyed the arena in Burning Crusade. I really enjoyed the dungeons in Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King. I enjoyed the raiding in vanilla actually, but just because that's when I did most of the raiding. But anyways. There was something I was going to talk about too, though. Let me go back to here. I want to look at things we need. Things we need to have in an MMO for me to like it. And we've talked about a lot of these things many times. Little things, bag sort, ways to filter bags, sell junk. When mounted, if you attack, you should automatically be dismounted. Day-night cycle should not be fast like Final Fantasy 14. More like BDO. We want transitions. We want shadows to not be moving super quickly, as it looks unrealistic. Okay. We need reactive combat, clear invisible reactions. We need clear spells and attack animations. e.g., not like Final Fantasy XIV, more akin to World of Warcraft, or Elion, or Terra. Okay. Oh.
Never tried it. Maybe they went once or twice, or just found out today that the game has it. But I started doing PvP during the recent Moogle Tomestones event because it was a good way for me to get tomes for my Great Serpent of Ringa. And as I
Again, end game. The other thing that annoys me about Final Fantasy is it feels like the end game is glamours. It feels like the end game is cosmetics. And I say that because Limsa Lominsa is basically just a big cosmetic showplace where everybody goes to flaunt their gear, you know, and I don't know, it just, it really feels like that's the end game. It's just creating all kinds of various cool looks, which is nothing wrong with that. I love the armor and the looks and the variety of looks in Final Fantasy. It's one of my favorite things in the game, but I really don't feel like that should be the end game. The one thing that MMOs do really poorly, and let's notate this as well, is we're going to put another section here. It's going to be called Things MMOs Handle Badly. And we're going to call it the, how do we want to word this? It's really like the gravy train, right? Gravy train of gear. And so what I mean by that is gear is given out far too easy. Power, magical power, is too easily found. I would prefer that gear, that magical based gear, is extremely rare. An upgrade for a level 1 fighter may be something like going from a plain short copper sword to a fine short iron sword. That would be an upgrade. Nice upgrade. It's not magical, doesn't have any stats, but that's an upgrade. And that to me is a more realistic upgrade.
I was doing it, just farming it out, I started to feel like this feeling creeping up on me. Like, am I
Having fun.
Is this fun? Is this fun that I'm experiencing? How could that be? I thought PvP sucked. Then season 20 of the Feast rolled around, and I figured, what the hell, I'll try it. And it's been some of the most fun I have ever had in the game. It is a super, super intense. Like, I'm a healer, but like, I'm not gonna try to toot my own horn here. Like, I'm very much a scrub. I just barely hit silver rank, and I'm new, so there's still a lot for me to learn. But that said, there have been times when I have felt unkillable as a healer. Like, there's the feeling.
Now notice, what class is she playing, right? Got to be a white mage, right? How do we know? This is her here. Yeah, see mage. See this symbol's white mage. So what a surprise that Zepla in PvP is playing a white mage. So in my experience so far, white mage is far superior in PvP to scholar.
Of having a whole enemy team just like wailing on you and like throwing everything they got at you, and you're just not dying. You just
I like.
won't die.
Oh, she's wow.
Power trip. I have had a blast.
She's recorded this at 4K. Wow. Let's just go.
Come at me.
Come at me, bro.
Come at me. I love this. I can do this all day. I think that you will only have that experience with a team that is not coordinating very well. Like, you can absolutely kill the healer if like you coordinate a little better, especially.
Yeah, she's sitting there saying she's had moments where she felt invulnerable. I guarantee you, I've gone up against teams where I was just wombo comboed, boom, dead in a second. And I was ready for it, was trying to cast, and was just stun, damage, dead. And yeah, so she was going against teams that weren't coordinating their attacks versus her. And actually, this is the enemy team.
Problems with PvP that
And I can't figure out how. This is a new video. There's something wrong with my UI because see this enemy team? It's like a small window. Like when I go in, it's bigger and it's over here and I don't know how to move it. It's not even part of the UI. Like if I go into the HUD, it's not, I can't modify it. So that's another thing. See, watching this video makes me want to play Final Fantasy because I want to get to where I can use the White Mage because I know it's far superior to the Scholar. So I guess we'll try to do that. What time is it? 9:47. And Armet asked the question of if PvP sucks, why am I doing PvP? The reason is there's a challenge there. Like it's not easy. Like I was getting my butt killed. Like if you look at, I've only ever done the Feast PvP like map. I've only done like 16s of them. It's part of the UI. You have to change the options to PvP. Oh, is that what it is? Because it was so strange to me. Like, it's part of the UI. Okay. Well, I saw other people with that window, so I'm like, man, they got to be doing something. Also, my subscription is going to cancel. I only have 2 days remaining on my sub, so I need to, I guess, resub. But what was I saying? I was saying that I play PvP because it is challenging. There is, there's something to learn. There's a barrier there that needs to be overcome. I need to get better. I need to understand why I'm dying. How can I win more often? What can I do to keep my teammates alive? I mean, there's a lot of things going on in the Feast matches. There's a lot going on there. It's completely different than anything else I've played in Final Fantasy. Everything else I've played is just like, oh, my tank's taking a little damage. Maybe I'll throw a heal to him like once every 30 seconds. And that's it. And if I'm playing a Scholar, I can literally just sit back and do nothing. And let my fairy heal. And literally almost not have to do anything. That's about how difficult that is. Well, let's take a look. Let's go... Okay, we're going to teleport to the Wolf's Den PvP area. Well, you obviously saw this mat. I mean, this is a video from Zeppla. I wish she would be taking up most of her screen with her face, though, because I can't see the UI. But you can see here, see this enemy team? This looks like the normal, almost party window to me. Also, notice that the enemy team is on the left side of her HUD, and it's right here. When I go into PvP, I get this huge enemy window that's over here, and I get a huge my party window that's way over here. So when I'm healing, I'm literally clicking way over to the left. It's really annoying. So let me go into Scholar. Oops. And let's just do a quick match so you guys can see what I'm talking about. And we're going to go to PvP, and we're going to go ranked match. And the reason I do the ranked matches is because the queues pop a lot faster if I do the ranked. Now, if you go to the HUD, I have party list here, but my party list doesn't show up here when I'm in PvP. It shows up way over here. And my enemy list is here, but it seems to show up like, I think, over here. And it's a different list. It's bigger. So, I mean, the way my enemy list and party lists are is the way I want them. So, here it is. This is it. If I go to duty, it changes. This is it. Wait, hold on a second. I found it. I found it. Yep, I found it, dude. Let me get out of here. and get out of this match so we can fix it. Let me withdraw. So I found it, Armet. So it's this window, and it's way too big. So let's change this to here, and then let's save. And what's this? This is the battle high gauge, which I don't really know what that is. Here's the enemy window, which should be here. And we want to make this 60%. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's probably what it was. Now here's Rival Wings Alliance list. Let's just move this way over here. And Rival Wings team info. I don't know. I'm not sure what this is, so we're going to move it here. And Rival Wing Station, I don't really know. I don't know what the duty gauge is. Rival Wings Mercenary info. I guess we'll just move this here, I guess. And Adrenaline's fine. Feast score. I guess we'll put that there. Rival Wing Station. Yeah, that's just whatever. Okay, so this will drastically help because I actually had to move my cursor when I was healing. I was clicking way over here, which you can imagine. I'm trying to move and click over here. And a lot of times I'd even lose my cursor. Another thing I don't like about this game is I don't like the cursor. I wish it was I could change the color or highlight it better maybe, but oh well. What can you do, right? Oh, it isn't point control? No, I haven't done it today. I haven't done any of that. I'll try it. Let's see. Get rid of this one. And let's get rid of the hat. Yeah. Wow, I didn't even know about this system one, dude. Awesome. Okay, so now, okay. Well, that's party though. Okay, so that's basic. Move that over. Yeah, no, I think I kind of like the battleground that I was doing, this feast battleground. But you can see I've done 12 matches and I've only won 4 of them, which means I've lost 8, which sucks. And part of the problem is I think, I'm not very good, but the other problem is I'm not a white mage, and almost every team I go up against has a white mage, and they're always out healing me. This one has crystals that activate. We go to the crystals and try to damage them while fighting off the other teams. Okay. Sounds cool. You can see I've got this is like PvP cosmetic gear. This whole armor set I have right now. See? This one here is all based on, well, except for the arms. I went with different arms. But the chest, the leggings, the boots are the PvP stuff. Costs like 4,000. Like the chest was 4,000, the boots. But the legs were 4,000. I think the boots were 2,000. So it cost me 10,000 marks just to get that. This average wait time is less than 5 minutes. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, you see, I'm actually 47. So once I get to 50, I can actually start buying PvP reward based, weapons that are actually got some pretty decent stats. Like I could go here and go to like Stormblood, I think, and get like these items. Actually, not these. These are more cosmetic, I think. We go here and go to Stormblood and then buy the highest. But anyways. Shatter. Let's get this up and out of the way. That's kind of annoying me. A light party. How can you have a light party in a PvP? So, Armet, explain to me. Everybody's gear is equalized, right? Yeah, so that's. I mean, I like that, and I don't like it. There's a couple things. What is this? This we need to move. Let's move this over here, I guess. Yeah, I put a mark on you just so I can keep track of you, because I'm going to try to keep you alive. So see, this is better, right? We got Armet. See, I'm already almost out of mana. Shit. Somebody died. Somebody died. I don't like that. See, I'm out of mana. So at this point, if I was on a white mage, I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't be out of mana here. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm pretty much dead. I did get enough mana just in time to do a few heals, but that's what I run into on the Scholar, is that I just run out of mana. Like right there, I'm out of mana. Really, there's not much I can do at that point. Which kind of, and it hurts my team too. My team gets hurt because I'm out of mana and I can't keep them up. So. Oh, he died. Damn it. I'll have to rearrange these windows a little bit more. I don't like that being so far over there. See if I can do something about that. Ah. Can't even see the screen. Why do I always get killed after I do the limit break? I always just get killed. Does it like take my health away or something? I don't know. And then there's this little red triangle. Does that mean they have that slow on them? Is that a debuff? Whenever I use limit break, it seems like I die instantly afterwards, and I can't figure that out. Why that is? Is there something about the limit break that basically kills me? And I have no idea if we're winning or not. I don't even understand these games, man. I'm trying to heal the white mage. No, doesn't look like I can keep her up. I'm gonna die. I'm so dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I tried to run in there and keep the white mage up, and then they just... I got about 6 people on me there. Well, that's the thing, though, is it's not always easy to see. I mean, like, I'm healing, and all of a sudden, my whole team runs one direction, and then the other, you know what I mean? One minute, there's nobody around me, next minute, I got 6. Like, right there, I was trying to heal the white mage, because I want to keep our healers up. And, you know, if I tunnel vision the white mage, the next thing you know, the whole team was on me there. Unfortunately, my heal here is too slow. It's a 2.4 second cast, which is... That's entirely too slow. I don't know if I need to stack like casting speed, but that's a long time to be casting for one heal. Holy shit, he just got what the fuck owned. I can't even keep these guys alive. They die so damn fast. There's too many. Armed, get out of there! Get out of there, Armed! You're gonna die! I can't keep you alive. You had like 5 or 6 people on you there, dude. I'm dead. LB killed you? What does that mean, LB? LB killed you? I'm not sure what that means. It's weird. It's hard, you know, it's, it's mostly because I'm new to the game, but it's very difficult to... I'm having a hard time getting heals off. Like, if I have to move while healing, it's not that easy. I don't really have... I have a couple instant heals, but once they're down, then I have to stand still to cast. And a lot of times that gets me in trouble. You know, because it's a slow cast, 2.4 seconds. Oh, your animation locked? Yeah, that's the problem I run into is if I'm doing like a 2.4 second cast and all of a sudden 3 enemies decide to charge me, if I don't see them right away and break out of that cast, and people die quick in this game, you know? I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna... People die fast. I'm stunned. And I can never tell if these green guys are good or bad. Okay, so the green's good. It's weird to know who the good guys are and the bad guys. It's like, I know red's bad, of course, but I can't even do anything, man. It's... Yeah. It's just, did we lose? What were we? We were yellow, so I guess we lost. Yeah, we came in second, I think. Yeah. Now, once again, if you look at the heals, look how crappy my healing was. I was like one of the worst healers. Now, I don't know if that says I'm just a really, really bad healer. I'm an excellent healer in WoW Arena, so, you know. Well, here, like this guy, DJ, I don't know what class he is. I don't know what these symbols are. But it's interesting to note that the 2 highest kills were the same class, whatever this class is. And then you have these classes here. I don't know, is that like a... What is that, like a bard or something? I don't know, but they've got 9 kills. I noticed that paladins don't seem to do well kill-wise. And then if you look at deaths... you can see that, you know, there's a lot of deaths. I was pretty high, and I'm a healer, so that's not good. I died 4 times. I had 10 assists, 4 deaths. And this is a white mage. White mage. Now, notice, I'm a scholar. Let's see how many scholars there were even in here. There's a scholar. And so far I've seen 4 white mages, 5 white mages, 6 white mages, and 3 scholars. 7 white mages and 3 scholars. White mage is definitely the primo vera. You here look at the top healers. White mage, white mage, white mage, white mage, white mage. All of them, the first 5 are white mages. Then the first scholar, the next one is scholar, which is 434,000. Then you get these, which I don't know what these are. These are probably conjurers or something. I don't know. Yeah, well, the one thing I run into is I'm casting this heal, which is a 2.4 second cast. So it takes so long to get that off. Now, the other heal I have is this one, and it's also a 2.4 second cast. Now I have this heal here, but I only have 3 charges. It's instant cast, but I only have 3 charges. So, and it also uses this one, the Indomitability, which is like an AoE. So after I've used these 3, it takes a while, like a good 10 seconds before I get even 1 charge back. That's it. So, you know, I've got an Aura Blast, which is that. What is this? Yeah, that one I use. This one deals damage. Actually, this one I don't use too often. I need to... yeah, I do use that one. I'm sorry. I use that all the time. This one restores HP. This is instant cast. This one I don't use a lot. But oh, that's the charge one, though, which is on the same amount of charges. These are 2 tied together on the same charge meter. And then this one's a weird one here. It's supposed to, like, put a buff on one of my party members that when they drop below 50%, it's supposed to restore some health, but it doesn't seem to restore. It doesn't seem to be that great. S here does do an AoE heal, I think, but it's again, it's a 2.4 second cast, so just a lot of like slow casting. You know, the best healer you can get is a hot healer, right? Like when I played Rift, I was like a druid healer, or I was a I can't remember what the class was. It was cleric or something, but it was like a druid, like a warden tree or druid tree or something. And I literally would just go around and hot everybody. It was like almost all instant casts, and I could get, no joke, 5 hots running on 1 person. So my goal was to get 5 running, ticking hots, heal hots on like everybody, 5 of them. And I used to just kill on the heal meters. I would just annihilate people. You'd like see the list, and I'd be like 1.5 million, and the next person would be like, 900,000 or 800,000. But that's, what you want. So obviously this healer here, from what I've seen so far, is terrible for PvP. Standing there casting 2.4 second heals per person, when I'm looking at my windows, I see like 6 people dying at once. It's like, well, I can pick 1 person I can try to heal. By the time I get them healed even 1 or 2 casts, 2 people have died, Now, I do have a shield, but it only reduces 20%. It'd be nice if that was more around like 40%. This is my limit break. And this is purify. This is a sleep spell. And that's about it. This gives me increased healing, which I do try to use this as much as I can. This one also gives me increased healing. So I try to use Q and this. I try to use these 2 a lot to increase my healing. This one here is a DPS spell, which I really never use. It doesn't even hit that hard. Yeah, I use that a little bit, but not very often. Oh, that's limit break. What's this one? This one isn't limit break, but it's basically uses the adrenaline gauge, so it uses the limit break. Same thing. Well, if the scholar is a shield healer, the only shield I have is this one. This is the main heal I try to cast on people. It basically puts a barrier, but it takes 2.4 seconds to cast it. So it's like, should I just go into battles like casting this on everybody before they go into combat, so they all have a shield on them? But anyways, it's just bad. It's not what we want. We don't want me to be that. I want to get. That's why I want to get a white mage. So let's switch to. What, I can't switch to white mage here? Or conjure, I mean? That was weird. What's that all about? Oh, it's because PvP. Yeah, but the thing I ran into there is I ran into where I was casting these long heals, and then all of a sudden the enemy would see me, and I'd have 5 people rush me. And by the time the 2.4 second cast ended, I couldn't get it. Like they'd get one stun on me, and that one stun was enough for all 4 or 5 of these people to jump me, and I'm just dead. So not not fun, not fun. All right. Well, if that's true, then my shields then my the healing difference between me and the white mages wouldn't be as drastic. God, not this. Why do I always get this dungeon? This dungeon's fucking long as shit. You know what I mean? Whoa, where's he going? He's got like 10 mobs on him and he's still running. I guess he wants to die. He's got shit. You better pop all his defensive cooldowns or he's going to get killed here. Because he's got 3 bleed effects on him. Okay, good. He did pop his cooldown. Oh, you gotta love this stupid cough that will never go away. I hate it. I hate it. Level up. Level 27. I had one tank that when we got past that web wall, I got stuck behind it and he ran all the way down and kept pulling everything without realizing, not even wanting to realize that I was stuck behind that wall. He almost died. I was so mad. I was like, dude, there's a wall here. We're stuck behind this wall and you're running. I was so mad. I really got to go to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom so bad. It all came like within the past 10 minutes because I just drank like 3 sodas, I think, earlier. I want to cast. He like where? Oh, he's way ahead of me. Look at this jackass running up way ahead. We're behind the web wall again. I love it, dude. Oh god. It's the old World of Warcraft syndrome. It's the old go syndrome. Go, because if I get like 10 seconds done with this dungeon faster than, you know, it's going to be great. You can't wait 3 seconds for the killer to walk through a fucking web wall because I got to go, man. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. If I don't go, we're not going. We're not winning. We can't win unless I run as fast as I can. Go, 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 go. Hut, 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 hut. Yeah, I said this. I hate this one because it's the long one. No, but it's like I don't care about fucking adding 20 seconds to the dungeon. It's like the person who like passes you. You know, the person on the road who flies past you only to hit a fucking red light like half a mile down the road, and then you're like side and side. Your side next to the car. You're like right next to him. Then you get going past the light, and he flies past you, and then a couple miles down the road, there's another red light, and you end up pulling up right next to him. Like, yeah, dude, you're so cool. You passed me twice, and we're still right neck and neck. You know, we're still right next to each other. I'm gonna make him wait through the cinematic just because he's going so fast. I'm gonna make him wait. That's right. I'm watching the cinematic. You have to wait. Dr. J. Stupid name. It's Dr. J. You know, as in like, I guess Julius Erving, basketball. Dr. J, man. Dr. J. Oh, jeez. You know, he's not, Dr. J ain't gonna get no fucking commendation from me. He can suck. He can suck it. He can eat a bag of dicks for that tanking job. That's about how much I appreciated his tanking job. Suck it. And the true end game. Limsa Lominsa. Everybody with their glamour dancing. This is the true end game right here. Right here. Everybody showing off their gear. This is the true end game. All right, well, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I will return. Well, I sound bitter about it because I think it's a stupid endgame. I think an endgame shouldn't revolve around a bunch of people standing around showing off their gear. That to me, that's not endgame. You know, it's bitter because Armed, I've played MMOs for so long, and in my estimation, they're like not even getting better. It's like they're getting worse. Like MMOs, like think about it this way. When World of Warcraft came out in 2004, it was a big improvement over almost every MMO because it basically said we want to make something like EverQuest, but we want to add more quests, we want to add a better story, and we want to make it more accessible. We want to make it so that you don't have to grind mobs for hours and hours and hours to level. We want to make the leveling experience a little bit easier. And so what they created was perfect. They created a perfect game for that time. It was like it added more of a story, it added more content, lore, a world. It was fun. It had nice animations. It looked way better than any other MMO. It was smooth. The engine was buttery smooth. Still to this day, World of Warcraft, still to this day, is the smoothest engine. Just for movement, just for moving around, rotating your screen, moving around. Now, this one's very smooth too. I'll give Final Fantasy credit. This is very smooth too. But, so I'm not raining on it. How am I raining on their parade? Why am I raining on their parade? I'm not raining on their parade. Just because I'm giving my opinion doesn't mean I'm raining on their parade. I don't think Final Fantasy needs me to talk. I think I've given Final Fantasy a fair shake. I talk about the really good things in it that I like, and I talk about the bad things I like. But I do think that the end game being a bunch of people standing in Limsa Lominsa just showing off their gear is a little silly. I think that's kind of silly. But to continue my story, World of Warcraft came out in 2004, and it was a huge improvement over every MMO that was out there. And then we had all these games that tried to copy World of Warcraft, and some of them were really good games, but they really didn't offer a whole lot more. Like Rift came out, and Rift was a really good game, but one of the big downfalls of Rift is the game engine wasn't anywhere near as smooth as World of Warcraft's. But the Soul system, the graphics were really, at the time when it first came out, the graphics were pretty nice. The particle effects, the spells were great. The spells were identifiable. Like if you were doing PvP, you could kind of tell what people were casting. You could tell what people were doing. It wasn't like too much glitz and glamour all over the screen. It had really nice PvP battlegrounds. It had really nice PvE dungeons. But the game engine wasn't that smooth. And actually, Rift got worse. The longer Rift was out, I think the worse it got. I don't know. Their servers seemed to get... Like when they got switched over to some other company and maybe was hosting their servers. I don't know, but it actually seemed to get worse. And then you had games like Terra came out, and Terra was a big improvement on the combat-wise. It was great. Combat was great. Terra was great when it launched. It was very challenging. The content was challenging. The leveling was challenging. The dungeons, even at low levels, were challenging. And then all of a sudden, 3 months after the game came out, all the Care Bears in the forums were griping and complaining, it's too hard. These BAMs keep killing me. It's too difficult. So what did they do? They nerfed the shit out of the content. They slowed down the BAM animations. They slowed down the time that they used their new abilities. They weren't using their special abilities as often. Their animations were slowed down. They reduced the damage they did. They reduced their health pool. So what was challenging and fun became, once again, a cakewalk. And and then it just got worse. It just kept getting worse and worse. And what was funny is that they kept nerfing it. They kept making it even easier. I mean, I played that. They ruined it. So, but when it first came out, it was good. And then you had Guild Wars 2, which came out. And Guild Wars 2 was really good. Once again, had really good combat, had beautiful graphics, smooth game engine. But they made some questionable decisions around PvP. They made some questionable decisions around gear progression. And they also made some questionable decisions about how dungeons were handled. letting like high level people go into dungeons with you and just cake, and it would just blow through them. You'd go to like a level 20 dungeon and a level 80 character just goes through and kills everything. That's not fun. I'm a big believer in level dungeon ranges should be restricted, meaning if you are level 12 and you're in a dungeon that's level 10 to 13, no one else should be able to go into that dungeon that's outside of the level range of that dungeon. But you see it all the time and it ruins the experience. It's no fun to go into a dungeon when I can't even attack anybody because this guy's flying through there at Mach 2, throwing AoE spells that are killing fucking everything in one cast. And then I'm supposed to thank the motherfucker who cleared the dungeon for me? Why was that fun for me? I didn't do anything. I just ran as fast as I could trying to keep up to the motherfucker. Yeah, so am I bitter? Hell yeah, I'm bitter. I'm bitter with the decline of MMOs because in my opinion, they're not getting better. They're getting worse. MMOs are getting worse. That's why I'm bitter about it. Because what I want to see in them is not going to happen. And so it's fucking frustrating, to see this bullshit. See people running around. Look at my cool dress. I love it. I love it. I love the transmog. I love the glimmers in here. I think it's great. I love the ability that the armor looks so cool and so varied. I love it. But to me, that shouldn't be like the end game. There should be more to the game than that. You know what I mean? So don't be mean and don't be mad at me just because I have an opinion. Because that's all it is. It's just an opinion. I'm not telling people not to play Final Fantasy. If you like Final Fantasy, play it. Yeah, well, I think Final Fantasy is very social. I think this game is very social, which is good. And I think that MMOs need a community. You need a good community. And the problem with having a challenging game, there's a couple problems with making MMOs challenging. It really separates the good players from the not so good players because what happens is you get players that are really good, but they get these huge egos and they treat the players that are not so good really, really poorly. We see it in World of Warcraft. The longer the game was out, the more toxic it got. That's because you started to get a bigger separation between the people who had played the game ever since it came out, knew everything there was to know about the game. They'd mastered everything in the game, and they were really good. They played lots of different classes, so they knew all the game mechanics. And then you get these other people come in the game who'd never played the game before, and these other players who know everything, they just shit on them. They're not nice to them. They treat them like dirt. They go into raids with these people who've never done the raid before, and they yell at them because they make a mistake. As if they would know how to do the raid. It's their first time doing the raid. Well, why didn't you watch a video on it? That's another thing I don't like. You shouldn't have to watch a video on a raid before you do a raid. There should be... The one thing about Final Fantasy, and another thing about Final Fantasy that I like, is that it uses the telegraph system in an approach that allows you to learn the mechanics of a fight, and then it slowly increases the difficulty. So in the raid, it'll show you some mechanics, right? So you can kind of say, well, here's the bad shit that's coming our way. But it'll do it pretty slow. And then as the fight goes on, it'll get faster and faster, but it gives you a chance to try to understand what's going on and try to, to learn the fight. You didn't necessarily have to go out and watch a 10-minute video. This is how to do this fight. And you sure as hell didn't download some stupid add-on called Deadly Boss Mobs that literally told you, hey, dummy, move out of the fire. incoming AoE damage wave in 3 seconds. 2, 1. Okay. Boss is going to throw a fire on the ground in 5 seconds. 4, 3. You know what I mean? How is that fun? You've never, how is that fun? I really sincerely dislike those types of add-ons. Yeah. You would take that and apply it to the entire game? Well, I think, like I said, as I play the game and get further, excuse me. As I play the game and get higher in level, I'm sure, like I said, if I start enjoying it more, I'll certainly change my opinion. I'm just giving an opinion on what I know. I can't say a game's great if I personally haven't played it in a way that it made me feel like it was great. You know what I mean? I haven't given up on Final Fantasy. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's what I see. That's what I see. I mean, dude, like, hang around in Limsa Lominsa over the next 3 hours. It'll get busier and busier until like literally at like 2 a.m. You'll just have packs of people hanging around, which is not a bad thing, but it feels like, that's some sort of crazy subculture maybe. It's just weird. I mean, if you just made a couple changes, I mean, there's a couple changes you can make to this game that would just make it so much better. You saw when I jumped into Black Desert how cool Black Desert combat system was. It's unbelievable. You saw how amazing the graphics were. I mean, here you have Final Fantasy, a game that's obviously making them. I mean, they're probably making a lot of money off this game, I would imagine, especially now that so many people are playing it. Okay, Square Enix announced this is 2019. Final Fantasy XIV reached record revenues, reported their latest quarterly earnings report yesterday, which showed revenues of 67.4 billion yen, which is $620 million. So obviously they're doing well. The fiscal year reported the highest revenues in company history. March 31st, the net sales reported 332 billion. Look at that, 3 billion. So their net sales were up 27.6%. So the reason I'm talking about this is they need to take all this money they're making, and they just need to upgrade it doesn't even have to be an upgrade to Final Fantasy XIV. You could come out with a new MMO. But they obviously know how to make MMOs. This is the second MMO they've made. Final Fantasy, 11 was very successful. Final Fantasy XIV has been very successful. They have the IP. They have the people behind this game that are great developers, great storytellers. I would just love to see them ante up, come out with a Final Fantasy like 18 or 20 or something, and make it an MMO and just really push it, push the game. Put in some action combat, put in much better graphical system, put in some dynamic events, just bring the game up to today, because this is an old game, and if they did that, if they put out an MMO that had like combat as good as like Black Desert or Terra, and looked as good as Black Desert or like Justice Online, right? Which I've played, by the way. I just can't even imagine how much it would dominate the MMO market. I mean, it would just dominate. It would dominate the market. Now, here's a game called Justice Online, which I've played, right? It's a beautiful game, right? Amazing graphics. Best graphics of any MMO that I've played, probably. Really cool combat system. Not as good as BDO, but it's a good combat system. Some crazy abilities, as you can see. Wow, I'm so fat, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Amazing but I'd like to see Final Fantasy. I would like to see Final Fantasy come out with a new version that has graphics that look like this. It's not like an unbelievable upgrade, but it looks better. You can really zoom out. Obviously the cameras is a lot better. It would be nice. It would be nice to see. See if I've got. Go back. I really wanted to show you the flying because the flying is so cool in this game. I can't seem to. Yeah, here we go. Nothing like a creepy bug crawling across somebody's thumb.
你怎么了？对不起。
Now watch the flying in this game. I love the flying in this game. It's so cool. So what you're doing is, as you're flying in the air, you want to hit the space bar when the dot that's moving along here is in the white area, and this basically allows you to continuously fly. But of course, you know, you can only do it for so long. But it's just such a fun mechanic, a movement mechanic, and you can even like water walk across water. It's just so, I can't explain it. You can literally just jump around and fly in this game for hours because it gives you such a beautiful vantage point of the landscape, and it's just fun. It's just outright fun. I mean, look how beautiful that is. Look at how beautiful the graphics are. Look how smooth it is, her flying through the air. Now watch, let's see if I water walk. Yeah, now I'm walking across the water. How cool is that? Now, I would love to see Final Fantasy upgrade their engine to have these types of graphics. You know, and this game, Justice Online, this game came out like 2 years ago. So, you know what I mean? And the other thing too is with Unreal Engine 5, you know what? One thing that's really exciting is Unreal Engine 5 is so amazing. One of the best things about Unreal Engine 5 is the footprint, like the recompilation of the code, the recompilation of the shaders, the issues that Unreal Engine had in the past, with it being very difficult to recompile shaders, and just how long it took to load the game engine and how long it took to build code. It's so much better in Unreal Engine 5. The UI is updated; it looks great. The lighting system is just out of this world. So I think we're going to see some really good looking MMOs. Whether they're good MMOs, I don't really know, but they're certainly going to look really good. So, but I would love to see Final Fantasy come out with this, and you know, just a much more open camera system. The camera system in Final Fantasy is really bad. Like, it doesn't feel like an open world game because of the fact that the camera does limit where I can look a little bit. It just feels like the ceiling's a little too low over my head. I would like to be able to have it much higher. So that bothers me a little bit. These are all little things, but they all add up. You know, having these barriers, I hate having barriers like this. I should be able to jump into the water down there. If it kills me, it kills me. Then I will learn my lesson and I won't do it again. So that drives me nuts. But again, they had good reasons for all the things they did. So it's not like these are dumb decisions or anything. They did them for a reason because of, at the time, you know, the platforms they were doing. Can you raise it? What is character lighting? Does anybody know what character lighting is? Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Oh, I like that. That way you can see your character even if it's dark. I like that. That's a nice effect. Character can fit third person camera angle. Oh, it just moves it up. That is an improvement. That is an improvement, Armet. Yeah, that's definitely an improvement. You know, because this is like about like this is how I usually like to play, about this type of an angle. And now, so now see, it feels like the ceiling's not on my head. Yeah, good call, Armet. Well, I think this is pretty good. I didn't move it all the way, but I think just, you know, doing that. I like this character lighting though. That's really cool. Where was that again? Because you can see the shadow. So you always have to kind of turn, and then you get this weird effect. Yeah. Put it up around like 50. Yeah. That's definitely much better. Yeah, no, but that does make a difference. I mean, it does help. Actually, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. All right, let's try this dungeon, see if we can get to level 30. Gotta get to level 30. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I like looking good more than just about anyone when it comes to MMOs. I will always spend a lot of time making sure my character looks good. So the glamour system and all that's really cool. I just want there to be more content, but I need to get to this. I need to get to the end game, Armet, and see how these raids work. I'm sure the raids will be a lot more fun. What is this? This is this creepy dungeon. Yeah, I remember this dungeon. This dungeon's creepy. I wish we had like buffs. Like, you know, like if I'm a priest in World of Warcraft, I got like buffs I can cast on myself. I really miss not having like buffs I can cast on the group as a healer. Man, he's taking some serious damage. These guys hit hard. Man. He hasn't used any defensive things, I don't think, either. Why are my heals coming in so weak? Look at that. My heals are like barely healing this guy. Why is that? Man, my heals suddenly feel awfully weak. Much better camera angle, Armet. This camera angle is a lot better, though. Adjusting that was a big improvement. My character looks cool. I think. I don't have enough heals. I don't have any other way to heal. Like, I don't have anything that boosts my healing. This one's what? This was what? Cure potency 700. This is cure potency. Okay, so the other one is stronger. I guess we'll try using that one. It's called cure. Well, it's just cure 2. How much mana does it case? MP's 400. MP's. Jesus, it's also 1,000 MP. But let's see, 300. Let's see, 450 versus 700. It's actually not. It's not as mana efficient because it's 1,000 versus just 400, and it doesn't heal more than twice as much. Also, I can't cast it because I'm not level 30 yet. I have not seen anything. No. On the high level, nope. I'm sure I'll probably get my butt whooped if I try to heal at high levels, because I haven't really looked at anything on it. I keep thinking I should have like more at this level. I would like, some of the other classes are a lot better. What's this one? Wind damage over time. I like have literally one heal. Like I am level 29 and I have like one heal. Doesn't that seem kind of odd? Seems kind of odd to me. Hmm. Well, I DPS when I have time, but my DPS really doesn't hit that hard. I guess it hits okay. Like on my Scholar, it's a lot easier because well, I don't have to heal as much in the Scholar because of the shield and because of the fairy. But this character doesn't have a fairy. Well, I should hope so. Tanks don't usually do that much damage, though. In MMOs, generally, they don't do a lot. Like in WoW, I would a lot of times I would almost out DPS if it was like a, like a warrior. Yeah, I'm hard casting here because if I don't, he's taking a lot of damage. So I pretty much have to hard cast. I can throw up some quick dots. That's about it. I don't know why he decided to run into the room here all this sudden. Sorry. Why didn't he grab the key? Dude, key. I can't spell the fear. I guarantee you I'll be hard casting here. He's going to take some damage. $15K? I gotcha. Oh. I don't know why my heals suddenly are really weak. That heal felt like it was healing stronger, and that's only a cure potency 300. But it felt like it was did a bigger heal than my other. All right. Oh, I got a beret. I don't know if it's an upgrade or not. Looks like it is. Fights are about 20 minutes straight. I've soloed I soloed a BAM in Terra that took me 55 minutes. 55 minutes, Armet. I was like level, I don't know, I can't remember, level 10 or something, and I sold like a level 22 BAM or something. It took like 50 minutes. I don't know. It's a different, just a long fight, really. Oh, I was just saying, I've done fights. I've done stuff that that took a long time. I sold Fanga Caprima on a warrior in Terra. That took about 4 hours. It also was something that only a couple warriors in all of the United States did. That was before they nerfed the campfire, so I could drop campfire stand on. I could pull all the trash mobs in between the bosses and then drop a campfire stand on the campfire, and then all the trash would despawn. That way I could just do boss fights. And even that still took me like 4 hours. Because the fights were so long. Because I was soloing it. Yeah, the menu system. I don't really remember it being a nightmare. I didn't have any issue with the menu system, I don't believe, but it's been, a while since I played the game, but this tank is weird. He like runs in the room, then he runs out. I guess he just wants to pull like some massive pull. Here's some hard casting. Fight's not even over, and he's running. Doot, doot, doot. When they have to hardcast, I'm hardcasting constantly in these fights usually. You're having who yell at you? You're having WH. What is WHM? Oh, white mage. Ah, okay. People love to abbreviate in Final Fantasy, which always makes me laugh. I don't. I type stuff out a lot, but I'm a fast typist. Yeah, definitely. I see a lot of abbreviations. Like if I was gonna type something like white mage and I wanted to abbreviate, I would just do like W mage, like that. I would just say W mage. It's actually easier for me to type that than WHM. It just feels more normal. Or I just type, white mage. I mean, I could type it pretty quick. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's true. Well, that's probably true. Yeah. See here, it says WHM CNG. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, agreed. What's he want to do? Use return spell. Why are we doing return? Okay, I guess so. That has been a thing for a long time, yeah. Yeah, well, Java is a terrible, terrible. I agree with Asmongold. When it's like, I play MMOs because I want to get away from the real world. I want to get away from work. I certainly don't want to play an MMO to start using the word job. You know what I mean? That's just terrible. I don't know if that's a translation thing, but they should just call them classes and be done with it. Job is. I actually, even when I'm talking about classes in this game, I still say class a lot of times. I don't even say job because I find it so offensive. Takes you back to the starting point. Yeah, that's cool that it does that. Terra has a mechanic like that too. Terra has a what Terra does is there's a return. It was kind of a little trick that people found out in Terra where you could do the unstuck. You know how most MMOs have like an unstuck ability where if you get stuck, well in Terra if you use the unstuck, it will always port you to the nearest city. So if you wanted to save on your teleport scrolls, you would just use the unstuck. So because it was like I don't know 30-minute. I can't remember how long it was before you get unstuck again, but all right, we need to turn off the lamps, he says. Ooh. It'll always be a job, huh? I guess Easy had it. I guess I shouldn't be worried about the lamp since I'm the healer, I guess. I don't know. Stables. Callbacks? What do you mean callbacks? What do you mean callbacks, though? Oh, did you see that character had a cool, this other female had a really cool glimmer. I think she left already. Oh, this one here, this heroine. I liked her glimmer thingy. I wanted to give her a... Damn, I'm like getting gear left and right in this dungeon, man. What do you mean by callbacks? Oh, okay, I got you. So callbacks to the original characters from... Did you notice I'm level 30? So now what we need to do is probably go to... Let's see. Let's see if it's in the Conjurer's thing. It might not be, but let's go there first. Where is... How come I don't see it? Why don't I see the Conjurer's Guild? Is the Conjurer's Guild not here? Let's go to the Magic Tech or Magic something or other. Look at all these people. Nobody plays this game, dude. This game is so unpopular. Here's a guild, a company called Booty and SOA. Oh, is it Final Fantasy 1? The only Final Fantasy I think I ever played was like Final Fantasy 7. And I think I only played it like a little bit. And honestly, I don't even remember. It's been so long. Go to the Arcanist Guild. I don't know where the quest is. I'm just kind of wandering aimlessly, but let's just see if it's here. I don't think it probably is. No. Alright, so we need to find the White Mage. Basta del Sol is from 7. Yeah, I remember that from 7. We need to find White Mage. White Mage Unlock quest is what we need. The Conjurer's Guild in Old Gridania. Okay. Conjurer's Guild in Old Gridania. Well, there's New Gridania. What's Old Gridania? In Old Gridania? I don't see Old Gridania. I only see New Gridania. Well, let's take a look. Where is Gridania anyway? I always get these places confused. Oh, yeah. So there's Old Gridania. And somewhere in here there's going to be a Conjurer's Guild. Here it is. You see there's even a Oh, yeah. Yeah, half of the city. Okay, so let's go. So I probably should teleport to New Gridania. Oh, it doesn't have a port? Oh, yeah. Curse them for not having a port. Hopefully we can use a crystal to teleport to the Conjurer's Guild. I think we can. Old Gridania. Okay. Oh yeah, it's down here, right? Yeah. So once again, we're gonna have to start from level 1 again. Yeah. Oh, is it gonna start me at 30? Will it start me at 30 and not level 1? That would be nice. Oh, that's sweet. I thought I was gonna have to start level 1 again. Okay, so it's on, so this is a class change quest, whereas, you know, yeah. So this is me switching classes. So the Conjurer is the base class. Okay. Ah, that's good to know. I should have known that. I just forgot. What's with this little kid and his horns? He's got horns on his head. Holy crap, this is a lot of dialogue. Oh. Start a red mage. Oh man. Oh, here we go. This should be the quest then, right? Oh no, elements of water. Elements of water. No. No. Oh, do I have to do another stupid quest before I get to the actual white mage quest? Probably. It says here you can speak to the attendant there. What is this? Oh, this is in Shadowbringers. Oh, crap. Ah. Oh, okay. They're a race that don't age. Self-management. What? I are confused. I don't know how to unlock the white mage. This says speed these there. You'll still need to begin at level 1 to work your way up power. This is for Shadowbringers though. Oh, see, I have to finish the level 30 conjure quest. You need to be far enough into the MSQ to finish the self-management quest. What is self-management? And how do I even know? How? I'm gonna guess that I've probably done that quest. I just probably need to finish this one here. I'm gonna guess that's all I need to do, but I don't really know. Ugh. Yeah, that's the one I'm doing now. That's the one I'm doing right now. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I have to... I don't care. I don't care. I'm sick of your long-winded quests. Don't care. We need a healer and fast. Oh, of course, it's above me or something? Of course. Still can't see the arrows. I can't heal these guys. This is the Sylphie I was earlier I talked to who said she wanted to cast heal spells, but that was it. Didn't want to learn anything else. So it's continuing that storyline of trying to teach Sylphie there's more to being a conjurer than just casting heals. Where am I? I'm way over here. Zalcini! What's up, Zalson? How's it going, man? Oh boy. Thanks for saying hi. Yeah, I still have a bad cough. But other than that, I feel pretty good. Finally. I was so sick for so long. Ah. I think that might be the end of my... Hopefully that's the end of this quest line. Having completed the third lesson, I'm satisfied that you have mastered the fundamentals of conjuring. In recognition of this feat, the spell Fluid Aura is now yours to command. Those are some ugly boots. Yeah. Dude, yeah. I think I think that was the biggest difference is that I sounded so bad. Like, you know. More stupid quad. Assist with your training. I just want to be a white mage. I will kill you. Silence! Silence! I will kill you! Oh, it's right there. Some crazy white shoes on. All right, man. Thanks, Olson. Have a good night, dude. Thanks for stopping by. I got to work tomorrow morning, and then I'll probably maybe stream after that. Sylvie's mother was one such person. Such envy is not yet something one can achieve through meditation training, but a blessing that only a few fortunate chosen receive. And as you have no doubt surmised, Sylvie's mother was such a person. Another quest. Uh, Going to kill you for making me do all these silly quests. I just want to be a white mage. I don't want to have to do 10,000 quests helping Sylvie learn that she can actually cast a spell besides frickin' heal. I think we should just throw Sylvie into a big ravine and forget about her. Say, sorry, I couldn't find her. She's dead. Dead. Sorry. No more Sylvie quests. She's dead. Hello, mother. I'm in jail. Jail. Alright. I've got all these guys. I assume, brother, wanted word you of a corruption of my companions. Would you stop hitting me? Someone's hitting me with shit. Ok, Silva. I'm going to stop using conjury altogether. She's going to go and stop all the other users of conjury, because if you use conjury to save people, you anger the elements, and the elements will take revenge. Oh, goodness gracious. Nature is shrieking in rage. Okay. I think we need to put Sylvie in an insane asylum. I think she's nuts. You mustn't use conjury anymore. We're only making nature furious. The corruption is worse than I expected. The corruption must be sluiced clean. Ah! Even the creatures of the woods know this is wrong. Uh, a great hearer. A hearer? Pink boots. That's funny. Alright, well, I'm done doing these quests. How many quests? Holy crap. He just like one shot. Maybe I should change. Maybe I should change into my gladiator or my paladin before I start that fight, I guess, right? Oh, why did she drop to the ground? She's laughing. I'm trying to get to White Mage, Cyrillian. I'm trying. But they keep having me do all these quests. I know, Sylphie's a total brat. I had to do like 10,000 quests for Sylphie here. She drew upon the one power, the true source. One does not simply choose to borrow. From nature's strength, the mind may command only that which the heart permits. In desperation of your friend, you opened your heart to nature. You opened your mind to the true source. And the source responded. Would you say one of the EBS test spells as a reward? I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying it's a good spell or not a good spell? One of the best spells is a reward? Okay. Cool, that's good. But I still haven't got the White Mage quest. I've literally done like, I don't know, like 5 quests in a row or something. Ooh. Oh. This thing is huge. Shit. I've aggroed 2 of them. Wonderful. I have 10,000 mobs on me. Christ. Okay. He just debuffed the shit out of me. No, what the hell that was. How are doing their dumb quests, man? Yes, crash the game. Fuck you. Yeah, well, whatever it was shit. I'm sick of doing their damn quests. All I wanted to do was be a white mage, and I've had to do like fucking 20 quests in a row. It's just like quest after quest. I'm tired, man. I'm gonna go watch a movie. We'll come back and knock this shit out later. I gotta work in the morning anyway, so I don't really want to be up too late. I'll talk to you guys later, man. Have a good one. Peace out.